JustinFREAKIN, the formidable voice of the culture.
Hey Justin, are you trolling?
Come on, man.
This is the Troll Patrol live with JustinFREAKIN.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol live. It's a freaking Wednesday. I'm gonna miss the Pride opening when Pride Month is over. You do have enough weed. Let's light one up, tip one back, RB. I need to get more high for this. Check this out. We're gonna have to throw the show out the window for tonight. We've got a manhunt in LA. Some dude shot a cop. So that's the kind of thing Justin's really gonna be into. So that's probably what we're gonna be doing tonight. But I do have some other shit, some news to do. Maybe we'll get a dump bug. I've got my new stalker apparently coming in. Meat Cakes, I've got to apologize to you, and I don't know how I'm going to do it. I don't know if he's dead. I don't know if he's dead clinically. He's been shot. I don't know what has happened. I said we were gonna do Best of the Iron Sheik this Saturday. I completely forgot that for my birthday, Curiouser bought us tickets to see Jim Jeffries, and that's this weekend. So I will actually not be. I still want to do Iron Sheik, maybe Sunday afternoon. Maybe I come on at like 2 or something. Yeah, oh fucking, if you've not heard the story, like when Curiouser is my ex-girlfriend, but like we've been friends way longer than we've been, that we were together. But like when we first started seeing each other, like apparently like one of the very first things I showed her, because she's a nurse, was the Jim Jeffries bit about him taking his friend's little brother with muscular dystrophy to a whorehouse because he'd never had sex before. And it's like it's grim for like the first 5 minutes, but then it's fucking hilarious. So like it's a really cool thing. So you guys take to see Jim Jeffries. I'm really looking forward to it. But I still want to do Best of Iron Sheik, so I'm thinking maybe Sunday afternoon. Because I love Sheiky Baby. But yeah, we've got manhunt underway in LA. Cops are like giving a press conference about it right now. Or were, as the countdown was going on. Hell yeah, meat cake. So I'll come on sometime Sunday afternoon. We'll still do Best of the Iron Sheik. Utah judge being called on to resign in a bipartisan fashion. We've got a cop that's been fired for a long list of allegations. Prison guards gone wild. The family of the cop that died in Massachusetts, that we watched the trial for Karen Reed. The family of that cop, they say they are facing taunts from the public. We gotta get an update on this Diddy trial. Apparently the feds dropping several of the charges they're pursuing. So is Diddy gonna walk? Holy shit. I got a pimp that's being sentenced. We've got a hurdles runner. Had a wardrobe malfunction. Apparently did not prevent them from winning the race. All that and a lot freaking more tonight on the Troll Patrol Live. Good evening. Welcome. Here's your meme of the day. When the draft begins, but gay and trans are still banned in the military. Well, I'm gay. Happy Pride Month, everybody. Suck a little dick. Make a little love. Get down tonight. Oh, also. So I forgot about it until the other day. I can't believe it. It's been all month. I haven't been listening to it. I have a fantastic playlist on Spotify for Pride Month. Curiouser heard it and she was like, wow, that's really gay. And she's like, I mean that as a compliment. So, finish off your Pride Month with a fantastic, very gay playlist. Be gay, do crime. Hold on, I'm not on the right phone system. Let's do that. Yeah. Pride is so gay. Raw, welcome in, my friend. Who called me at 11:37 a.m.? Oh my God. That one preacher dude that called in like last year also hated trans people. Like that's all they could talk about. Fuck. God, right wingers are such morons. Why? Why are you? I mean, I know. I've said it many times. They jack off to trans porn, and they feel dirty about it. Especially this preacher. I'm sure fucking preacher. They all got demons in their closets. Hold on, let's get to it. Let's get to it here. This was the shooting near the mall, apparently. Oh, fuck, they went... The press conference just ended, so... Oh, they apparently have him in custody now. So, maybe the manhunt possibly over.
The officer was seriously injured, but is in stable condition and receiving medical care. Fellow officers quickly rendered aid and transported him to a local hospital. We are entirely grateful to the hospital staff for their swift and professional care, the healthcare professionals at this particular hospital. Thankful to our residents for their assistance throughout this crisis. Now, this marks the second time in just 8 months that a Santa Monica police officer has been seriously injured in the line of duty. One stabbed and the other one shot. The officer who was stabbed continues to recover. Now, these incidents are a sobering reminder of the dangers faced by those who serve our community and call for all of us to lead with civility, compassion, and respect for one another. Now, I am glad to report that the suspect involved in today's assault was arrested at 4:20 p.m. in Santa Monica.
At 4:20 p.m. We'll light one up, tip one back.
Received a tip from a resident.
So that was about 50 minutes ago.
Matching the suspect's description in the area. The weapon used in the assault has also been recovered. In this case, there was another short foot pursuit. However, no use of force was effected. I want to acknowledge our brothers and sisters at the Los Angeles Police Department, the California Highway Patrol, the Beverly Hills Police Department, the El Segundo Police Department, our amazing brothers at UCLA PD, Hawthorne PD, the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. And again, we didn't do this alone. I sincerely appreciate our community's continued support and cooperation during the past several tense hours. Last, I want to credit the men and women of the Santa Monica Police Department. They showed courage, calm, and the highest levels of professionalism today, both during the relentless investigation and certainly during the arrest. I could not be more proud of them today. Additional updates will be shared through social media, and I want to thank you. So I'll have our mayor, Lana Negrete, make a short statement, and then I will take your questions. Mayor?
I just wanted to thank our Santa Monica Police Department, our chief, and everyone involved. I also want to thank the residents who clearly participated not only today but continue to do so, have in the past, and support our local police department here. I also want to echo the gratitude for our support agencies. It is truly a community effort that goes beyond the boundaries of Santa Monica, and we are fortunate that within a short amount of time we were able to apprehend the individual, and he is no longer on the street. So thank you to our chief and to everybody that participated in today's efforts.
I'll take your questions.
Chief, what kind of the Waymo incident? We're hearing this suspect was connected to the Sunday evening shooting of two young people inside a Waymo, and they were also injured, and this may be the same suspect.
We are almost 100% accurate in believing that it's the same individual.
Any indication why this guy stuck around
Lenny, welcome in.
shooting two people?
DJ Dub.
I don't know the answer to that.
Chief, do you know the motive of the Waymo shooting?
Princess Kimberly. RB. T-minus. Flash.
There was resistance. He fled.
Hell yeah, Flash.
Tried to make
We're gonna. It is apparently causing shockwaves. We'll get into that. I myself barely made it to the end. Like, how many people stayed with me? It was about 12:30. We got
and gave us information.
Memdani's speech.
Suspect. They were ultimately our best partners in determining where he was and the contact that we made with him.
Preliminarily, what kind of charges is this guy facing?
I don't think anybody did. I don't think even Ma'am Donnie's campaign had that.
I don't want to get ahead of them, so we'll let them make the charging decisions when the time is correct.
You've got on the Waymo, you've got 2 counts of attempted murder, and what you've got attempted murder of a PO here, plus a few other things.
We'll let them work.
I mean, technically, like, it's gonna go to the ranked choice, but there's no like
the indication. But I'm not 100%.
We didn't think it would be apparent last night. I thought he was gonna win
So the officer,
as soon as the ranked choice happened.
most younger,
And technically, that's what's going to happen.
he is
It's a little complicated,
he is in field training.
but mathematically, Cuomo has no path to victory, even though
he's
technically
in good spirits, and
Zoran did not get the 50% needed to win outright last night.
it was a handgun.
Chief,
9
from our,
millimeter, whatever, something.
forgive me, from our chopper, I see
To sum up what happened, let's go ahead. Let's get politics out of the way. The ceasefire apparently holding currently still, unless it's changed since the last time I checked. No, Israel is taking out their aggression on Gaza all day today. So the ceasefire with Iran is holding. Israel kills more than 80 in Gaza, 3 killed in Israel settler attack. The Ministry of Health in Gaza reports that at least 79 people were killed and almost 400 injured in Israeli attacks across the enclave in the past 24 hours. At least 3 Palestinians were killed and several injured in an attack by Israeli settlers on Karf Malik, northeast of Ramallah, in the occupied West Bank. Can a deal be found to end Israel's war on Gaza? Israel's war on Gaza has raged on over recent weeks, continuing despite it also launching a 12-day conflict with Iran, which ended with a U.S. brokered ceasefire on Tuesday, which currently is holding. Trump has said U.S. and Iranian officials will talk next week to continue to interpret dialogue on Tehran's nuclear program. CIA Director John Ratcliffe has said credible intelligence indicates last week's U.S. strike severely damaged Iran's nuclear program, and it would take years to rebuild. All of the leaks seem to indicate that it set them back a few months, and they do not have an accounting of where the enriched uranium is at. The White House continues to face scrutiny over reports Iran's stockpile of enriched uranium survived the strikes, with Trump's press secretary Caroline Leavitt claiming there is no indication it was moved prior to the assault other than all of the videos we have seen of trucks moving shit. Iran has criticized NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte after he appeared to praise U.S. strikes on Iranian territory, calling his comments an endorsement of a criminal act of aggression. Iran. Well, let's hear from old Trumpy boy first before we go to that one.
A statement came in from the Atomic Energy Commission of Israel, and I just wanted, this is an official letter, and they're very serious people, as you know. The devastating U.S. strike.
Very serious people, like yourself.
Its critical infrastructure and rendered the enrichment facility totally inoperable. It was devastated. We assess that the American strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities has set back Iran's ability to develop nuclear weapons for many years to come. This achievement can continue indefinitely if Iran does not get access to nuclear material, which it won't. It's so sad that whole thing had to go, but I just want to thank our pilots. You know, they were maligned and treated very bad, demeaned by fake news CNN, which is back there, believe it or not, wasting time, nobody's watching them, so they're just wasting a lot of time, wasting my time. And the New York Times, they put out a story that, well, maybe they were hit, but it wasn't bad. Well, it was so bad that they ended the war. It ended the war. somebody said in a certain way, that it was so devastating, actually. If you look at Hiroshima, if you look at Nagasaki, that ended a war too. This ended
Hiroshima.
But it was so devastating. Also, they have out of Dubai, just came that Iran's foreign ministry spokesman, this is Iran's foreign ministry, says its nuclear installations were very badly damaged by the American strike. So what bothered me about these reports with fake reports put out by the New York Times, I call it the failing New York Times because it's doing terribly. Without me, it would be doing no business at all. But, and by fake news, CNN and MSDNC, all of these terrible people, they have no credibility. When I started, they were at 94% credibility, the media. Now it's at 16%. And I'm very proud of it because I've
Wait, where is he pulling this number from? Is it 66 and 2/3%?
The caliber of the attack. Was it bad? It was really bad. It was devastating. They were obliterated. In fact, you can't get into the tunnels. They just put that over. That just came out. They can't. There's no way you can even get down. The whole thing is collapsed in a disaster. And I think all of the nuclear stuff is down there because it's very hard to remove.
Well, that ended abruptly. Good job, PBS. Yeah, we were watching PBS. Let's go. This is a question from Sky News.
Mr. President, Netherlands TV, thank you for visiting our country.
Good.
As I
Thank
understood,
you.
I, of course, would like to know how you slept last night at the House of the King.
Oh, I slept beautifully.
But probably a more serious question. I think you just had a meeting with President Zelensky. Did you discuss any ceasefire in this Russo-Ukrainian?
No, I wanted to know how he's doing. He was very nice, actually. We had little rough times sometimes. He was couldn't have been nicer. I think he'd like to see an end to this. I do. I think what I took from the meeting couldn't have been nicer, actually. But I took from the meeting that he'd like to see it end. I think it's a great time to end it. I'm going to speak to Vladimir Putin, see if we can get it ended. But look, these are brave people. They're fighting these wars all over the place.
I saw right-wingers saying, oh, Zelensky wore a suit.
Week they had, I guess, close, I told you.
He knew better.
7,000 young soldiers, Russian and Ukrainian soldiers were killed, 7,000 in 1 week. It's crazy. It's crazy. So I'll be speaking to Putin. No, I had a good meeting with Zelensky, and I had a lot of good meetings. We had a lot of good meetings with a lot of people, a lot of great leaders. But he's fighting a brave battle. It's a tough battle. Yeah. Go ahead, white dress.
Thank you. Ida Hallikainen from Finland, Ilta-Sanomat.
Good.
You have played golf.
Did he say waitress?
See Finland as a NATO ally and partner, and how would you describe your relationship with our president?
Well, he's a very good golfer. Okay. In fact, he was on his college golf team. He went to a good college in the South, as you know, a very good college, and he was a good golfer. We had a good time. I think my relationship's great. I want to buy icebreakers. You're very good at icebreakers. And I actually made him an offer. I didn't go to Congress. They'll try and impeach me for this. But there's an old, it's not old, it's fairly new, but it's used icebreaker. And I offered him about 1/3 of what he asked for. But we're negotiating. We need icebreakers in the U.S. And if we can get some inexpensively, I'd like to do that. Actually, they'll fix it up, make it good. Also, we may buy some icebreakers. That you make.
What in the fuck is he talking? What is an icebreaker of play? Like, did I miss something? What the fuck is he talking about?
Of icebreakers, that particular country, they make them good. They make them really good, and they know what they're doing. And so we're negotiating with them for about 15 different icebreakers, but one of them is available now. It's old, and it's, old. It's like 5-6 years old. Now we're trying to...
Oh, to be able to sell through like Arctic Sea and shit.
My whole life, that's all I do is make deals. Yeah, please. Go ahead. Sir, go ahead.
Yeah, a question for NewsHour, Dutch TV. First of all, on Article 5, on your way here, you spoke about the commitment of the U.S. to Article 5, saying, I'll give you my definition once we're here.
Yeah.
What is your definition, and may the U.S. commitment to Article 5 change in case some of the NATO members do not reach the threshold that was discussed today? My second question is following up on a colleague on Iran. What intel reports do say that everything over there was obliterated?
Yeah, well, there are numerous of those reports, and they're coming out fast and furious. But the most respected ones we've already seen. And I will say that on
Fast and Furious,
a confidential basis, they're looking at
basically the Australian version of Fox. They're also owned by Rupert Murdoch, I believe,
people going to the site.
unless he sold it.
And they're going to be having, I guess you're going to be having over the next couple of days a full, you're going to encapsulate it. But no, the site was obliterated, just like I said it was.
Oregon Gal, welcome in. Good to see you. I'm going to hit the content warning for this. We were talking about Iran. Iran executes 3 men that they have accused of being spies for Israel.
Well, let's talk about the aftermath of the weekend's US strikes on Iran's nuclear program. In Iran itself, the judiciary's news agency says 3 men accused of spying for Israel have been hanged. Reports also say Iran has arrested 700 people accused of having ties with Israel during the 12-day conflict. With me is Param Gabadi from BBC Persian. Param, I mean, this is not something we're unused to with the Iranian regime putting people to death. What do we know about this instance?
So it shows that how Iran is in a state of panic. Iranian authorities, I mean, how can you arrest 700 spies in a matter of days? So it shows that Iranians are, they want to show strength, and that's what many Iranians have feared in the past few days, that the Iranian authorities...
Was it a general crackdown on dissent?
...will take revenge on their own people. But the point is that I was watching the Iranian state TV, and they were lining up 6 men, and one of them was saying, I was just a motorcycle delivery guy, and he said that, yeah, what did you do? Yeah, I was working for Mossad, delivering things here and there. So, I mean, the infiltration, the collaboration should be at extremely high level, not just...
He was just a delivery guy for the Mossad.
Because they knew in the past few days they've targeted, Israelis targeted so many nuclear scientists, high-ranking commanders. Some of them, one nuclear scientist survived one attack, was in a hiding.
Oh, yeah, they're paranoid over how they got all the locations of their scientists. Yep.
In one of the relatives' house in a totally different city, and he was targeted there. And that shows the level of intelligence that the Israelis had, that they even managed to kill so many commanders on day 1 of the attack. It's not just, 700 people that you can easily find throughout Iran. So but Iranians, like Israelis, Iranian authorities like Israelis, they're celebrating. They're claiming victory. They're in a celebratory mood, and but that's when you talk to the people on the ground, the mood is far from that. Especially nowadays, people have realized that Donald Trump is unpredictable. So
I just assume they have the full force of the U.S. and British governments to help them surveil.
But we are not sure if it's going to start again tomorrow morning.
So they're still feeling very insecure. This ceasefire for them isn't a time that they feel they can relax. How much do they feel their leadership has been weakened by what has happened, and what do they think the consequences of that might be?
So they feel it's volatile because, the ceasefire is holding. Yes, Iran is not sending missiles and Israel is not sending fighter jets. However, throughout Iran, in Zanjan, in capital Tehran, in the northern part of Iran, the air defense system was activated. And again, that's another reason that many Iranians feel that this truce, this ceasefire is volatile, because they see the sounds of air defense system in the system, but they've lost their trust in the leadership. They say that Khamenei, the supreme leader, was in the hiding since day one. He just published some pre-recorded videos, but he did not appear among his supporters even.
There's violent hillbillies everywhere.
The Iranian sky.
Well, I guess except, in the Great Plains.
They maneuvered and they targeted all across Iran from north to south and east to west.
Unless we've
thank you very
exported
much.
some of our hillbillies from Appalachia. You want some right-wing cope? Is that what we're doing next? Now let's start with Harry Eaton over on CNN. Get the rundown of exactly what these numbers mean, exactly what's going to transpire between now and the general election in November. Last night, if you were with me, we stayed up late. We watched Zohran Mamdani's victory speech as he won outright. He is now the presumptive Democratic mayoral nominee in New York City.
Let me tell you, this was a political earthquake that should have the Democratic establishment running scared. What are we talking about?
That's what I like to hear.
New York City primary upsets like Mamdani's. This is truly one for the record books. There are really only two that I could think of that are anything like this. And that was back in '89 for mayor when David Dinkins won over three-term mayor Ed Koch. Koch was running for a fourth term. The voters said, there was big turnout then, just like there was big turnout last night. And of course, more recently, if you want to take a look at a national picture, think back to 2018, New York's 14th Democratic primary going for Congress when AOC beat House Dem Caucus Chair Joe Crowley. This, to me, is very much like that, energizing young voters, energizing voters on the left, and providing what truly was a historic night last night in Democratic circles.
And, look, on paper, this is a mayor's race. This is also New York City, special city. But is this more a New York City thing, or is this more of a sign of a larger national trend when it comes to the Democratic Party?
Yeah, just like AOC's victory in 2018, this did happen locally, but I think you can take it up nationally. What are we talking about here? Well,
Tones, welcome in.
Democratic establishment, you think about Democratic Party leaders, pretty much all of them were behind Andrew Cuomo, but the bottom line is the Democratic base is fed up, done with the Democratic establishment.
I think I was right that Bill Clinton was probably a negative for Cuomo, that Bill Clinton's endorsement hurt Andrew Cuomo. But who knows? Andrew Cuomo may not have been, he may have had a ceiling he never was going to go above. It's possible there was just no way, there was no endorsement that was going to help Cuomo. But just as soon as I heard Clinton, I'm like, Dougie, me too. I like him. That's why I've been playing him more.
It's true nationally. Democrats who say their party leaders should be replaced. Look at this. This is a recent.
Also, welcome in.
62% of Democrats nationally say their party leaders should be replaced. Party leaders like Andrew Cuomo, party leaders like Jim Clyburn, who, of course, endorsed Andrew Cuomo. You think about all the Democrats that were behind Andrew Cuomo in the establishment. The Democratic base is fed up with them, and the bottom line is nationally, the vast majority of Democrats think that their party leaders should be replaced. But it's more than this, right? Of course, Mamdani ran a pretty far left campaign, right, compared to what we normally see in Democratic circles. But the bottom line is, you talked to me 20, 30 years ago, there was no way I thought a Democratic socialist could win a nomination for mayor in New York or nationally. But look, Democrats who identify as liberal nationally, in 1994 is 25%. You go to 2004, 33%, 2014, 43%. Now the majority of Democrats nationally identify as liberal. If there are Democratic establishment folks who think this is just going to be contained in New York, I say this is a warning sign to you. It very much may not be.
And obviously a lot of eyeballs in this race, including what happens next, because now he's just got to match up with an independent incumbent in Mayor Eric Adams. So
I'm very much looking forward to this matchup. It could be another one for the books.
More numbers for you to dig into.
That's
Harry,
right.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
As always.
What I am amazed by is the fact that he beat Cuomo so bad last night that Cuomo may not run in the general. I was not expecting that at all. I expected the general election to be a rat fuck in favor of either Adams or Cuomo somehow, but this completely changes the race.
We are back with a
panic
news alert. Socialist Zoran Mandani declaring victory as the new Democrat nominee for New York City mayor after former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo concedes.
Tonight was Assemblyman Mandani's night, and he put together a great campaign, and he touched young people and inspired.
He touched young people.
I called him. I congratulated him. I applaud him sincerely for his effort.
In a speech to supporters, Mandani laying out his vision for the city.
We have one.
We heard him say that last night. Were you with us clinically?
They can afford a city where they can do more than just struggle, and it's where the mayor.
It was getting late.
Power to reject Donald Trump's fascism, to stop mass ICE agents from deporting our neighbors, and to govern our city as a model for the Democratic Party.
The primary now heads to a ranked choice count beginning next Tuesday after no Democrat got the majority of the vote. Carly.
All right, Todd, thank you so much. Let's bring in New York City business owner Richie Romero.
Oh, this should be good.
Your initial reaction when you heard about this victory?
Honestly, I didn't sleep because I had to talk a lot of people off ledges last night. Nonstop moving out of New York, etc.
Really? What were they saying to you?
They're in fear of, what's going to happen with the economy and everything. I look at it, we got to see what's going on with the general election, but it really comes down to it is we need a mayor that's going to reinvigorate the economy and have common sense, and he just doesn't have common sense policies.
So you don't see Mandani as a pro-business candidate, and you're not the only one. Take a look at this Free Press headline. It says business leaders say they'll flee New York City if Mamdani wins. Bill Ackman says it only takes a handful of successful people to leave to decimate the city's tax base. And this is an ex-post from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who said, just when you thought Palm Beach real estate couldn't go any higher. That's his reaction to Mamdani being up in the polls before he won, which he did. And this is because Mamdani right now plans to raise the corporate tax rate from 7% to 11.5%. How does that
It's awful. What do you think is going to happen? Everyone could easily relocate now. People aren't in offices. We need to do a marketing campaign in general in New York just to get the skyscrapers filled with office businesses in here. So who's going to pay for all these things he wants to do with all these freebies?
Yeah, well,
who's going to pay? Who's going to pay for all these things that he wants to do? As he just said, they're raising taxes by 4%. This guy is an idiot. Right-wingers are absolute morons. And this is the best Fox News could do. And yet, there's not rich people leaving New York City. Let me tell you, New York City is where all the, economic output is.
You run in New York City. You have a bakery that I used to go to all the time, and it shut down. Is that because it is so difficult to run a business in New York City?
It is, and that's...
No, it's because he's a stupid fuck that doesn't know how to run a business.
Stores and do all these things. You can't. It's simple economics of supply and demand. You can't pay $30 minimum wage and then want to do dollar pizzas and have business run. If you, in 1 hour, you have to sell 30 slices of pizza. You're not paying for it. It's just simple economics.
So I see your I Love New York t-shirt. You clearly love New York in this city. What would you like to see take place?
Listen, I have a very simple thing to how to make New York work. The biggest problem is, he won mainly through TikTok, and you got to realize most people, responsibility makes you mature, not age. And he's letting people just they want the freebies instead of really wanting to be a mayor should be like an expediter of dreams.
You want the freebies. You don't want to have to pay that 4% extra.
New York. Even all the different things from DOH, people waiting for Con Ed, for DOB and everything. They're all on different tech platforms that don't even talk to each other. And the biggest thing that we need is, and that's why I'm wearing the I Love New York, is we need a real marketing campaign for New York. We need trade shows in Javits Center. You got to realize, like, even the international pizza conventions in Vegas, we did a restaurant convention. They had it in Javits. It was only 2,500, 3,000 people,
Yeah.
50,000 in Chicago. We need that. We need businesses in the tree and all the skyscrapers.
Well, clearly you're very passionate about this
Yeah.
issue. I mean, this is a stunning swing to the left after the
No,
general
he's just
election where
stupid.
the country said that they were going more to the right. You were up all night talking people off the ledge
Yes.
because of this win. Hopefully you can get some rest because there still is the general election in November.
Talking people off the ledge.
All right.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Steve Ducey. If all the rich people move out of New York City, the cost of living there will go down. It would be a very good thing. Go ahead, do it, motherfuckers. Move out of New York City. I'll move there. Fox doing their best to head this off. They had Eric Adams on saying that Mamdani is a snake oil salesman.
So if you're just waking up in a stunning development, Democratic Socialist Zohran Mamdani declares victory as the Democratic nominee for New York City mayor. Disgraced ex-governor Cuomo calling him to concede without ruling out an independent ticket run in November. Watch.
I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City. And it's where the mayor will use their power to reject Donald Trump's fascism.
Tonight was not our night. Tonight was...
I legitimately would enjoy, like, committee hearings and shit. I would enjoy the work of being a congressman.
So,
I just don't think I have the background. I've been arrested multiple, which, I mean,
he's running.
Does that matter anymore?
As an independent, for your first response to that stunning news, Governor Cuomo is not going to be Mayor Cuomo.
Well, first, it's not stunning to me, and I was very clear. And I'm still a Democrat. I'm running on an independent line, which the policy in the law allows me to do. You had one candidate that was running away from his record. You had another candidate with no record.
Elvis.
You have Eric Adams with a record.
Elvis might be the winning ticket.
And we're not going backwards. We're not going into a place where we want to defund the police, don't invest in jobs, where we believe we can make broken promises that we can't deliver. I delivered on every promise I gave to
Mr. Mayor, it's not just defund the police. This candidate, Democratic Socialist, he wants to freeze the rent. He wants city-run grocery stores, social workers to replace the police because that's going to help. He wants $60 billion of debt fund for affordable housing. He wants free buses, no cost for childcare, baby baskets for newborn, and a $30 minimum wage.
Hell yeah!
He's a snake oil salesman.
Mm-hmm.
He will say and do anything to get elected. Think about this for a moment. He wants to He wants to raise tax on 1% of New Yorkers' high-income earners. As the mayor, you don't have the authority to do that. You know who has the authority to do that? An assemblyman, which he is. He wants to do free buses. He could have done it at assemblyman.
No, because you have the city council in New York has been trying to pass progressive policy, and Eric Adams has vetoed it. This motherfucker. What a piece of shit. They were actually talking about last night on the news. We were watching local New York City news. They were talking about how the city council is actually excited that they might be able to pass some of their policies now that they have a mayor that will support it. Holy shit. Fuck you, Eric Adams.
He doesn't understand the power of government and how you must making sure you improve your economy, raise the standard of living, and this is what we've done in the city. And I'm looking forward to being on the campaign trail.
I think Mamdani has one. I think as I said, I was like, I thought he was going to become the Democratic nominee. I thought it was going to be harder come the fall, but as the dust has settled, and Sam Cedar took to Twitter and he said, yep, called it. This is Mayor Mamdani. He's seen enough. He defeated Cuomo so bad last night that Cuomo isn't going to run. I think that changes the dynamic. Apparently, one of Cuomo's biggest donors has now said he backs Mamdani and said that it wasn't a enthusiasm towards Cuomo. It was just that that's how you ingratiate yourself to Cuomo, is like I scratch your back, I scratch yours. So this is, we're in a completely different world today than what we were yesterday. And that's why they're so scared.
Can't go backwards.
You've seen it. Like, I can't even play you all the clips.
Surrender or quit. I'm never going to quit for the city that I love.
That is so interesting. You're in the position, so you know you don't have the authority to do that. Yet he's running on all these promises he's not going to be able to fulfill. And New Yorkers are buying it. Now, Cuomo did say he hasn't ruled out whether or not he's going to run as an independent, which means he would be on your ticket. He would run against you. How would that affect your race in the field?
I've said this over and over again. People know me by saying three things: stay focused, no distractions, and grind. That's what everyday New Yorkers do. I'm a working class man.
This is like the worst orgy couch ever. Holy shit. And let's be perfectly clear, I'd probably fuck that dude. That's probably the only one of them I'm fucking.
How would that affect your race in the field?
I've said this over and over again. People know me by saying three things: stay focused, no distractions, and grind. That's what everyday.
Interesting blunt rotation.
I'm a working class man. I'm probably the first working class union card carrying man in the history of this city.
Flash would fuck Brian Gilmeade.
Realize that the time has moved on. He just did not bring the.
Wasn't expecting that.
Wanting to be man. And New Yorkers, they have this smell test. They know, do you want the job? You can't come out on weekends, go to a black church, go eat fried chicken, and all of a sudden saying that I have the black vote.
Did he say I don't go to a black church and then eat some fried chicken and say I have the black vote? That was fucking funny.
Time has moved on. He just did not bring the energy of wanting to be man. And New Yorkers, they have this smell test. They know, do you want the job? You can't come out on weekends, go to a black church, go eat fried chicken, and all of a sudden saying that I have the black vote, I have the working class people vote. It's just not the reality. People know if you want the job.
Wow.
The job.
What has your phone been like since Mamdani won, who's a BDS guy? He is anti-Semitic. He's anti-Israel. He's going to arrest Prime Minister Netanyahu if he comes to city. So now, all of a sudden, Eric Adams,
Jesus,
might be the only thing to stop, along with Curtis Sliwa, him from becoming the next mayor. What has it been like since the results have basically been all but official?
Of a lot of communications. I think I slept an hour and a half.
He was talking people off ledges
all night. People understand this moment.
Coming back to you?
In a combination, a lot of people did.
JoJo C was crazy. Yes, I can't wait for the debates.
We're going to.
This is going to be one of the craziest.
We're going to have
maybe political races of all time.
A lot of people stated that you're not in a primary. We want to make sure that this candidate does not win. And so now you have almost 1 million independent voters. You have many Democrats.
He got 423,000 votes in the primary.
Was that what?
Like, think of it. Mamdani is going to look like the most charismatic motherfucker ever.
That's a fact.
Standing next to Adams and Silva.
People are committed to you, because that's a good question that you just raised. When people are committed to you, they don't care if it's a snowstorm, if it's a rainstorm, if it's 100 degrees, they're getting to the poll. That's the passion that I believe Andrew did not bring. Where people were saying, no matter what, I'm going to the poll. Mamdani's voters said that. And so when you look at the fact that I had over 700,000 voters when I ran in 2021.
Right.
Because the general election is when everyone comes out. We have almost 1 million independent voters in this city.
Mr. Mayor, it has to worry you that your party chose this radical. I mean, we can sugarcoat it all day. He got a lot of support. He was working the streets. He was knocking on doors. He was all on social media. He was going from Harlem to the Bronx. And he galvanized people
With
to
AOC.
support him. He's 33 years old. He just recently became an American. He has anti-Jewish rhetoric.
They are going all in. Hold on. Wait till you see what Trump wrote. This is about 3 hours ago. It's finally happened. The Democrats have crossed the line. Zohran Mamdani, a 100% communist lunatic, has just won the Dem primary and is on his way to becoming mayor. We've had radical lefties before, but this is getting a little ridiculous. He looks terrible, and his voice is grating. He's not very smart. He's got AOC +3. What does that mean? Dummies all backing him, and even our great Palestinian senator, crying Chuck Schumer, called him Palestinian. Isn't that anti-Semitic? Well, I guess it can't really be. They're both Semitic. That fucking shit. But isn't calling a Jewish person a Palestinian kind of weird? Is groveling over him, and is Schumer groveling? AOC +3 is what he calls the squad. Okay, I've not heard that one. Yes, this is a big moment in the history of our country. Wow. Oh, hold on. We got to go. We've still got more Fox News here.
Anti-police rhetoric, and voters voted for him. He beat the former governor.
Well, I think your analysis is right.
Voters voted for him.
But let's think about this for a moment. When you look at the total number of Democrats,
Well, congratulating him is a little different than like throwing your support behind him.
Part of the party, always. When you're going into the general election, you're going to get those grandmothers, those granddads, those working class people who are going to come out because they realize they don't want to defund their police department. They want their police on their block. They realize that you have to invest in businesses, and small property owners are hurting in this city. When you talk about freeze rent and no rent, he's part of the freeze rent, no rent movement. That small property owners were losing their homes. We're talking about Black, Brown, Caribbean immigrants who are small property owners. That is the message that we need to get.
Are
out
you
there.
concerned?
Landlords are parasites.
If Cuomo stays in, he's a Democrat, you're a Democrat, and Mamdani's a Democrat.
He's proposed a rent freeze
last week, because that could be a alleyway for Sliwa to win with basically 28% of the vote. Are you concerned about your party dividing their votes?
No, I'm not. When I get out and do what I do best,
I don't think this motherfucker is a real Democrat.
Share the story. My story has been overshadowed by so many external things, particularly lawfare. Once I'm able to show
The local news last night kind of like pegged him at 30% Flash.
shootings and homicides in the recorded history of the city.
But that was them saying
12
historically that's what the Republican
history of the city, dropping unemployment. When I'm out there showing,
It is true that Silva is a uniquely horrible candidate, so it could be lower. But they said that the Republican usually gets about 30% of the
Gotta get you
vote.
to respond, because we see the war that it's a ceasefire right now between Israel and Iran. We know New York has a huge Jewish population. What is the threat level like here? What are you seeing from your intelligence community?
Yeah, we have a combination of one of the largest Jewish and Persian populations. My deputy mayor, Deputy Mayor Levy, is of Persian descent. He knows what's going on in Iran. And so we are making sure, having overabundance of cautions. We're going to those sensitive locations, sensitive sites. We are really collaborating with our federal partners. Right now, intelligence is the real secret weapon.
But no credible threats right now.
No credible threats at this time, but we're going to take the necessary steps to make sure that we do what we're supposed to do. But we want New Yorkers, see something, say something, do something. Let us figure it out if it's a legitimate threat or it's not a legitimate
Do you think your relationship with President Trump, which is good, will help or hurt you in the election?
No, I think that the goal is to deliver for the city. I went to Washington 10 times to deal with the migrants and asylum seekers. I brought President Biden here to help with the crime problem we were having. He met with the police department. I'm going to always communicate with the President of the United States, no matter who it is. I respect the flag. And when you desecrate the flag, you desecrate it. people like my uncle, 19-year-old that died in Vietnam. I believe in the flag of the United States of America. And if President Trump is the president, I'm going to communicate with him to deliver for the people of the city of New York.
All right, Mayor Adams, game on.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, he didn't want to talk about his relationship with Trump because it absolutely proves who the real snake oil salesman is. He calls Mamdani a snake oil salesman. Amy Klobuchar, Senator Amy Klobuchar, in the Senate Judiciary hearing. This was a confirmation hearing for Emil Bove, the nominee to be the United States Circuit Judge for the Third Circuit. He's the current deputy AG. Apparently was the one that negotiated the plea deal with Adams.
Mr. Bove, I was just listening to my colleague, Senator Kennedy's questions, and one of your answers was that you felt that these charges should be dropped against,
I'm sorry, not plea deal, pardon.
the mayor because he was campaigning. It would interfere with his campaigning. It would interfere with his ability to do your job. So then is it your position that that's the reason that you shouldn't be able to ever prosecute any elected officials regardless of party because it might interfere with their campaigning if they commit murder, if they are committing a major white-collar crime, if they are taking bribes, that the reason is that they're campaigning? Because they're always campaigning, Mr. Bove. So I was just stunned by that answer.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be stunning, Senator. I think it's a fact and circumstances determination. It's case specific. In that particular case, based on the charges and the manner in which the case was pursued, I did think that there was, and the department thought, for the reasons we laid out in our brief, that the prosecution placed an inordinate burden on the mayor's ability to protect the city and to campaign in an ongoing election cycle.
I just think this would be a reason. It's like there would be two classes of justice, one for people who are in office and one for everyone else, if that's the argument you use. And isn't it true on February 10th that you ordered the bribery case against the mayor be dismissed, and I quote your letter to then acting U.S. Attorney Sassoon, without assessing the strength of the evidence or the legal theories on which the case is based? That's what you said, correct?
The determination was based on the policy considerations that I've outlined and did not rely
By
on
your own written admission, though, you failed to assess the merits of the case and ordered that the bribery charges dismissed entirely for these reasons, so he could campaign.
That's not true, Senator. That's inaccurate. I did look at the evidence, and that's why I spent extensive time reviewing the case file, meeting with the prosecutors alone, meeting with them, with the defense counsel. In the department's decision-making, we chose to proceed based on the policy determinations that I've outlined and not the strength of the evidence or concerns about
It wouldn't surprise me if she voted for him.
Then acting U.S. Attorney.
But I feel like the Democrats are starting to feel the pressure that the tide is turning.
The impact of the prosecution.
Because several of them have came out and said they wish they hadn't have voted for Marco Rubio.
President's immigration agenda. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you appeared in court to file your motion to
Yeah, Flash, you got your caliber.
that your efforts to dismiss the case were unsupported by any objective evidence and, quote, fundamentally incompatible with the basic promise of equal justice under law. Is that what the court said?
I don't recall the court saying that at the hearing that I attended. To the extent the court wrote something like that in the opinion, that was...
I assume, DJ Dub, I assume you're being very facetious with that argument. That's the reason why they voted him, because they all knew him so well. They've been his friend for years and years and years. God damn.
Was an opinion that granted the motion, and I think the context is really important, Senator. The context is that Rule 48 doesn't require the department to provide...
Yeah, this is like a Stephen Miller clone.
Non-conclusory explanation by the prosecutors of the reason for dismissing a case.
Okay, well, let's go over what Hagen Skoten, who was he was the lead prosecutor.
In their France. In their de France.
That's right, yes.
Decorated Iraqi war.
That's good. That's good voice to text.
Then Judge Kavanaugh on the D.C. Circuit, and then Justice Roberts. In his letter, he says that Damian Williams' role in the case somehow tainted a valid indictment supported by ample evidence, and pursued under 4 different U.S. attorneys. This was your reasoning because you said you felt that the former U.S. attorney somehow tainted this case. But yet, as Hagen-Skoton pointed out, it was pursued under 4 different U.S. attorneys. He said that this reasoning is so weak as to be transparently pretextual. Why do you think he said that?
So I'd like to begin by just confirming that I respect Hagen's military service. And
How do you guys not have a better senator? Seriously. Is it just the power of incumbency that she got in at the right time? That if there was like an open Senate seat, but you've historically had some of the best fucking senators. How?
public service. And the fact that we disagree on this particular issue is not meant to disparage him in any way. However, the department filed a brief explaining and elaborating on the basis for our motion. In that brief, we outlined private communications and comments on documents by the prosecutors, including Mr. Scotton. One of those communications, private communications, Mr. Scotton said that he found it plausible that Damian Williams proceeded based on political motivations. So what he said publicly is not consistent with what the trial team was thinking privately, contemporaneous with these events.
Okay, I will again go back to the fact that I don't think that the reason that someone is running for office or is has some policy agreement or disagreements with the administration should be a reason to bring or dismiss charges. And he also added, no system of ordered liberty can allow the government to use the carrot of dismissing charges or the stick of threatening to bring them again to induce an elected official to support its policy objective. He then ended, as I'm sure you realize.
But like Minnesota had that one guy, like regarded as like one of the greatest senators and one of the most progressive senators. His name, I'm trying to think of it right now. It's not coming to me. And then not Al Franken. He wasn't there long enough to be one of the greatest senators. Franken used to talk about him all the time. That's probably why like it's seared in my head, because I used to listen to Franken's radio show. He came on at noon. His intro music was Grateful Dead. Such a lib thing to do, but Franken was a good senator. He could have been one of the greatest senators.
He ended with, I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me. So my concern with what happened here, and then also with the decision to fire January 6 prosecutors, is basically the same. I am a former prosecutor myself. I ran the biggest prosecutor office in our state, and every single day you're confronted with issues of ethics, and maybe you know someone you're prosecuting, maybe someone knows someone you're prosecuting, maybe they agree with you, maybe you don't, and you have to make a decision based on the law and the facts.
Wellstone.
Whether or not they agree with your administration. And when I look, we heard from, yes, Chairman Grassley.
Paul Wellstone.
When we heard from
Senator from 91 until 2002.
Because they'd simply done their job in looking at the
Walter Mondale, one of the senators from
part of the same threat.
Minnesota.
Politics over the law, and it should be law over politics.
Senator Moody.
It's a good thing I wasn't holding that gavel.
What?
Good to be with you. Thank you for being here. Thank you to your family for being here.
I kind of wanted to hear who the fuck that was. What did she say about like holding that gavel? And apparently like it's cool to cuss in politics now, so I'm fucking down with it. This is the same hearing we're going to California Senator Adam Schiff questioning Bove. Or Bovey.
Mr. Bove, I want to turn to the meeting that Mr. Ravaney, the whistleblower, has written an extensive complaint about. The hearing started with the chairman reading a social media post by The Deputy Attorney General Blanche, who is present today but not under oath, nor is that social media post under oath. So let me ask you, since you are under oath, in the complaint it says,
I fucking fuck.
Stated that DOJ would need to consider telling the courts fuck you and ignoring any such court order. Did you say anything of that kind in the meeting?
Senator, I have no recollection of saying anything of that kind. To the extent I
Wouldn't you recall, Mr. Beauvais, if you said or suggested during a meeting with Justice lawyers that maybe they should consider telling the court fuck you? It seems to me that would be something you'd remember, unless that's the kind of thing you say frequently.
Well, I've seen things encouraging litigators at the department to fight hard for valid positions that we have to take in defense of our clients.
And have you frequently suggested that they say fuck you and ignore court orders? Is that also something you frequently do, such you might not?
This is blowing my mind. Letitia James last night, Donald Trump yesterday. How many times have we heard fuck employed in politics in just the past 24 hours? You guys are kind of encroaching on my territory. I'm into it, though.
To me, that would be something you'd remember, unless that's the kind of thing you say of that kind in the meeting.
Oh, did she say goddamn?
Of saying anything of that kind. To the extent I
Wouldn't you recall, Mr. Beauvais, if you said or suggested during a meeting with Justice Department lawyers that maybe they should consider telling the court fuck you? It seems to me that would be something you'd remember, unless that's the kind of thing you say frequently.
Well, I've certainly said things encouraging litigators at the department to fight hard for valid positions that we have to take in defense of our clients.
Oh, it might have been Brad Lander I was thinking about.
You and ignore court orders. Is that also something that you might not remember doing it on this occasion?
No, and as I explained, I have never directed.
So did you or did you not make those comments during that meeting?
Which comments, Senator?
You really need me to repeat it? Did you suggest, as Mr. Ruvani wrote, that DOJ would need to consider telling the courts fuck you and ignore any such court order?
I did not suggest that
You say fucking politics now, boys. Oh, God damn it.
Ignoring court orders. At the point of that meeting, there were no court orders to discuss.
Well, did you suggest telling the courts?
Okay, so I I was in on Golden Pond as a kid. I was a little kid. Like, this is when I was in 5th grade, 6th grade or something. We like at a big theater in Eastern Kentucky. And like you guys would know one of the actresses that was in the play with me, because she was she was the old lady on Nickelodeon all the time. She's on fucking like Pete and Pete and shit. God damn it. But like I could show you hold on, I'll show you the picture. But so like I'm reading my lines and stuff. And my mom says I just want to keep saying the one with cuss words over and over again so I can get a chance to cuss. And they're probably I don't know. I don't know where I still don't have all my stuff organized. I might not be able to get to it. Go back to Adam's shift.
It's fuck you in any manner.
I don't recall.
You just don't remember that. Well, let me ask you this. It also says in the complaint, Beauvais indicated and stressed to all in attendance that the planes needed to take off no matter what. These are the
she's using all kinds of stuff on Nickelodeon.
That a judge was ordering. Not
and he was like
fucking security prison outside.
Really prestige actor.
Did you say during that meeting, did you stress to all in attendance that the planes needed to take off?
I don't remember his name anymore.
Senator, your characterization is not accurate.
It's not my characterization.
Tell him, Schiff.
Of a decorated
alien, welcome in
that meeting. Are you saying that he's lying?
As I said at the beginning of the hearing.
No, I'm not interested in what you said at the beginning.
This is Adam Schiff, senator from California.
The
other dude is Eric Beauvais, Deputy Attorney General, currently being nominated for a judgeship.
Conveyed the importance of the upcoming operation.
Well, don't paraphrase here. Did you tell people in attendance the planes needed to take off no matter what?
I don't recall the specific words that I used.
Wouldn't you recall saying that if you had instructed that the planes needed to take off no matter what, including whether the court ordered otherwise? You wouldn't remember that?
This is a mischaracterization, Senator. There were no court orders at this point.
Well, there was a court order, wasn't there?
No,
wasn't there a court order by Judge Boasberg?
Yep,
if
you're
not
on.
In this specific case, then in related cases, that people not be sent out of the country until the court could rule. Wasn't there a court order?
Not at the time of that meeting, Senator.
Did you participate in the
Oh, I called him Eric. It's
disseminate the
Immel.
oral court order prior to the written court order to other agencies so those planes would not take off, so those planes would turn around? Were you involved in the decision to withhold that court order from the responsible agencies?
I think it's clear that I participated in
Yes
this.
or no?
I participated in this matter, and I'm not going to get into the contents of legal advice. I did, over the course of time, as many lawyers have.
No, I'm not
provide
interested in
advice
over
about
the course
scope
of time. I'm interested
court orders.
in whether you participated in the violation of court orders as alleged in this complaint. Let me ask you
Absolutely
this, Mr. Bouvet, if there are notes of that meeting, will you provide them to this committee?
I defer to the committee and to the executive branch on the procedure.
And if the committee requests them, will you provide those notes to the committee?
I defer to the executive branch on the handling of that request.
And let me ask you about notes from another meeting, which you're contesting here, and that is the meeting over the decision to dismiss the case in New York, the corruption case against the mayor of New York. According to Ms. Sassoon, the U.S. attorney at the time, during the meeting with Adams' attorneys, where she described Adams' attorneys repeatedly urging what amounted to a quid pro quo, that you admonished one of the lawyers in the room to stop taking notes. Is that true?
I don't believe I instructed that attorney to stop taking notes. I did remark on the fact that he was taking extensive notes, yes.
And why did it concern you that he was taking notes of that meeting?
Wouldn't you want him to be taking notes?
At that point in the meeting, we were discussing who was responsible for media leaks, and I was making the point that only the prosecutors had created an extensive record that could support detailed leaks.
And you were concerned, were you, that information about this potential quid pro quo might become public? Was that the concern?
It's a judgeship he's nominated for.
Quid pro quo.
Will you provide the notes of that meeting, which you, according to the U.S. attorney, instructed be
Circuit judge for the Third Circuit.
I think a member of my staff may have given that instruction outside.
He's currently the Deputy Attorney General.
Committee and the executive
under
branch
Pam Bondi.
on records requests and how those should be handled.
Well, I would request that we seek these records, which go to the truthfulness or lack of truthfulness of this witness. There's a reason why, if I may, my colleagues have gone over at least as much as this. There must be a reason why prosecutors quit rather than following orders from you they considered unethical. There must be
Screaming Eagles, welcome in.
Complained about you.
Thank you for being a freaking follower.
Defense attorneys complained about you in your own office. Why the
I'm Justin Freakin. We find out what that news be doing Sunday through Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern. This is the Senate Judiciary Committee, Senator Adam Schiff from California.
in the case involving the dismissal of the charges in New York said everything here smacks of a bargain. You testified earlier that the objective evidence overwhelmingly made it clear that it was not a bargain. That there must be a reason why everyone disagrees with you, Mr. Bouvet, and people feel it necessary to give up a job they love at the Department of Justice and quit because they won't go along with what they consider unethical and immoral orders from you. There must be a reason why that is so true of so many, and this court needs to get to the bottom of it. I yield back.
Well, as a former judge, I like being referred to as the court. But as the chair, I will turn it over to Senator Cruz.
What?
Thank you, Madam.
That was a really bad joke. I don't even know who that is. She must be new. How do I not know? We watched all the Senate debates. Go check who that chair is. That was the Deputy Attorney General. Let's see, the Attorney General also on Capitol Hill today. This is the Senate Appropriations Committee.
Senator Reid. Chairman Moran, thank you. Yes. Madam Attorney General, on May 16th, the Department of Justice announced that it dropped litigation to enforce the law against forced reset triggers. These are devices that can be installed in a few minutes on guns like a AR-15 in order to match the rate of fire of a machine gun. In fact, according to demonstrations on YouTube and elsewhere, you can dispose of an entire 30-round magazine in about 4 seconds. So it is a fully automatic weapon.
That is Ashley Moody from Florida. She was Florida's Attorney General. She was against marijuana legalization. Oh, that's why I didn't know who she was. She was the appointment to replace Rubio by Ron DeSantis. They haven't had an election in Florida yet. Boom. I was like, how do I not, like, this is what I do. How do I not know who she is? That's why. She's only been there a few months. So, what was her name again? Senator Ashley Moody from Florida.
In the press release announcing the settlement, you are quoted as saying the settlement, quote, will enhance public safety. How does putting more automatic weapons, which have been against the law since the 1930s, enhance public safety?
Thank you for that question, Senator Reid. What that will do, it will enhance public safety by settling the litigation, because it is a guarantee that the manufacturer will not put that in handguns. We settled those cases because it was the right decision under the law. Nothing's comical about this. These devices are materially the same as bump stocks. The Supreme Court said last year that they are not machine guns under federal law. We followed the law. We will continue to follow the law. I'm a career prosecutor. I'm going to do everything in my power to keep Americans safe. What we should be concerned about up here are all the illegal guns flowing into our country by illegal aliens who have been free to walk into our country over the past 4 years. And those we've taken.
Oh my God!
Of those guns off of the street, including drugs.
How can you go ahead?
Violent criminals.
Come on, man. How can you go ahead and say we're more safe today because they will not put these automatic firing devices and pistols, which have magazines of about maybe 20 rounds at most, or maybe 10, and have a range much less than an automatic weapon? Have you ever fired an automatic weapon?
I have.
Well, you understand then that that's a device
gets off on it
to kill people. It's not a hunting rifle. It's not a target rifle. It's mass fire. And you made a compromise saying, well, don't put them in pistols, but you can go ahead and put them out in automatic weapons.
We followed the law. We will continue to follow the law. You and I clearly disagree on the Second Amendment.
Well, I agree that machine guns are not appropriate in the United States, and since 1930 or so, we've outlawed machine guns. And these semi-automatic weapons that are produced in volume are so easily converted to automatic weapons that it's you're ignoring the reality, frankly.
I'm following the law, Senator.
Well, yes, that's right. By the way, how many American weapons are going into Mexico in a year? What are we doing to stop American weapons going to Mexico to arm their gangs?
Well, we need to support that on both sides.
Well,
Weapons
what are you
coming in
doing?
and out of the
What are you
country.
doing to support it on our side?
We are arresting people who have illegal firearms in our country. We're not sending people back to Mexico with guns. We're throwing them in our jails and
No,
prosecuting them.
you're allowing them to be purchased in the United States and driven across the border. Most of these gangs have completely turn themselves into military organizations because they're using American weapons, American technology, and your argument is that, well, we're not doing anything about them.
No, not my argument. That was the policy of the last 4 years of the Biden administration.
What?
Open borders. You could come back and forth across our borders. You could buy guns. You could take.
We like gangs.
You could
Gangs are
in
cool.
our country. You
What
could
are you
bring
doing to
fentanyl into our
stop
gangster raps? Where it's at?
into our country.
Excuse
you
me.
could bring cocaine into our country. That was the previous administration.
No.
I'm pro cocaine. Please let cocaine flow freely into our country.
I was on crack.
Don't do crack, kids.
What are
fuck.
you doing to stop the flow of weapons?
Did I make it?
Mexico?
Or do I just need to reset the clock?
Arresting flow of weapons into our borders are closed. We are arresting illegal
really?
cartels. Sinaloa from Mexico, MS-13 from El Salvador, TDA. We are arresting from Venezuela. ATF has seized over 14,600 guns since Donald Trump has been president. That's a 33% increase from the last administration. And think about that. That's with our borders secure.
Were they coming into
So they weren't doing anything.
Were they coming into the United States?
Our borders are closed. They're not coming in or out of the United States now across Mexico.
Our borders were closed before.
Percent increase in firearm seizures. Think about that. Think about that, Senator, from the last administration. 33% increase. And our borders are closed. So we're getting all these guns off the streets that came into our country. And I'm so proud of the work of the men and women in law enforcement.
I don't think you've done anything to severely interrupt the arming of Mexican gangs. Because that's really not what your focus, and I think your focus should be on that. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And can I just add one thing? And
No,
because
excuse
the
me.
borders are closed, we are stopping the guns from going to Mexico.
Well, let me ask you another question. If the borders are closed, why do we have a division headquarters of the United States Army in Fort Huachuca and military elements across the board when the border's closed and Border Patrol can handle it?
As former military, I would think you would know the answer to that, to keep Americans safe.
No, I think it's to promote the president's policies on the border, and the readiness of our forces are suffering as a result. Thank you.
Senator Britt.
Insanity. She was one of the architects of the plan to frame Abrego Garcia, who's apparently not going to be going free just yet. He had a court appearance earlier today.
We begin with breaking news tonight. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the man at the center of a federal smuggling case, will remain in jail while attorneys spar over whether prosecutors can prevent his deportation if he is released to await trial. This El Salvadorian national, who was mistakenly deported, became a flashpoint in the fight over President Trump's immigration policies. He's been in jail since he was returned to Nashville this month. News 2 has been at the federal courthouse all day and captured these moments that these black SUVs left the suspected to be transporting Garcia. Now the question is, where is ICE taking him? News 2's Sam Clementi has been monitoring this trial all day. He joins us downtown with the latest. Sam.
Yeah, Haley, another decision still needing to be made in this case that seems to be ever changing. Where we went to recess, where we left off today, is in a debate between both sides over where Abrego Garcia will be housed if and when he's taken into ICE custody. The DOJ and Judge Barbara Holmes, well, let me backpedal. Judge Barbara Holmes said she has no jurisdiction over ICE, and then the DOJ kind of agreed with her in saying, hey, we can't tell them, ICE, where to take Abrego Garcia. That was not good enough for his defense, who argued that he should be housed somewhere in Middle Tennessee, somewhere in the area. So that led to a lot of back and forth near the end. And now there is recess. We have no decision on where exactly he's going, but both sides are being tasked with filing a brief. We will not be back in court later this week, although a decision from those briefs is expected sometime by the end of this week. Now, I want to note that the DOJ, the prosecution, they did not want this to get to this point. I heard Attorney General Rob
I'd fuck this dude
in court.
He's cute.
They did not want him to go into ICE custody because then the risk of deportation goes.
Maybe I'm just horny tonight.
Truly, probably likely if he goes to ICE. So this is not what they wanted. They wanted him in their custody. They wanted him to stand trial.
live in
but it's still
sexual
looking like
anarchy?
he will go to ICE and then likely, possibly get deported and never stand trial. But we will have a decision on who's going to house him, where he's going.
I try to objectify men and not objectify women as much as I can, but I still end up objectifying women
Haley,
sometimes.
For now, reporting in downtown Nashville, I'm Sam Clementi.
I try to be more coy about the things I say about women as opposed to just being like, I'd fuck her. Or they come right out and say it about a dude. Check this out. The mayor of Cudahy? I have no idea how to say this. Pam Bondi may send some federal agents after her. She's calling on gangs to call a truce and go after ICE agents. And now they're accusing her of inciting violence against agents.
The vice mayor of Cudahy is facing backlash this
Cudahy.
for allegedly calling on a local street gang to, quote, defend their territory from ICE agents. She says she's now being investigated by the FBI.
Based.
Carlos Herrera, live in Cudahy with the details. Carlos, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Frank. And we're talking about Cudahy Vice Mayor Cynthia Gonzalez, who's taken the heat for those comments made in that video. And now she's taken to Facebook saying that she needs a lawyer because she says the FBI showed up at her house after learning about that video. She says that they're investigating her for inciting violence against law enforcement officers.
Not for nothing, but I want to know where all the cholos are at in Los Angeles. 18th Street, Florencia. Where's the leadership at? Because you guys are all about territory, and this is 18th Street, and this is Florencia. You guys tag everything up, claiming hood. And now that your hood's being invaded by the biggest gang there ain't a peep out of you.
What she says wrong.
That's the shocking video that was posted on Instagram by elected official Cynthia Gonzalez, who serves as the vice mayor of the city of Cudahy. It's a small town within LA County. The government, the message, though, also shocking. It's not for the federal government, but allegedly for the cholos. It's a slang term in Spanish to describe the most violent local street gang members, calling on them to organize amid the ongoing immigration enforcement raids and rise up against ICE.
She was being antagonizing.
They're running amok all up on your streets and in your city.
The video was posted sometime last week.
Yeah, I like her.
Taken down, but
I stand behind her.
Captured and reposted by the Department of Homeland Security. The city of Cudahy says they're aware of the video, but add that her comments are her personal views and don't reflect the views of the city. In a post to X, DHS officials called the comments despicable, writing, quote, "This kind of garbage has led to a more than 500% increase in assaults against our ICE law enforcement officers. Secretary Noem has been clear. If you assault a federal officer, you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law." KTLA's legal analyst Allison Treasel says, since the First Amendment does not protect speech that incites immediate violence or lawlessness, this could be seen as a federal offense.
I don't think it incites violence or lawlessness.
She is actually calling on known gang members, including the 18th Street gang, to get involved and interfere with ICE. If convicted,
is that any different than Trump calling on the Proud Boys, the 3%ers?
In prison.
We reached out to Gonzalez via email, in person, over the phone. We have not heard back from her. Last month, UCLA hired her to be its new director of the Principal Leadership Institute, according to her campaign page. She's also currently running for the LA College Board.
She didn't ask him to do anything.
Her constituents.
She just mocked them for not doing anything.
They say they're concerned about her comments. More from them coming up in the next hour. In the meantime, the FBI telling us that they cannot confirm that they're investigating Cynthia Gonzalez, but they do condemn all the violence against law enforcement. We'll send it back to you.
Look, this was something I was talking about with Curiouser yesterday. I would love nothing more my non-violent, non-interventionist ass. That doesn't count on the profanity, does it? I'm so close. To say that we're going to get out of this situation without violence. But Thomas Jefferson said the tree of liberty has to be watered with the blood of tyrants about every 200 years. America is celebrating its 250th anniversary as a country. Our 250th birthday is next year. And patriots alike. Sorry, Flash. Sorry. I said ass. I don't think that counts. That's the thing, is they think they can take us over without bloodshed. We're gonna have to fight back. And there's at least going to have to be some threat that, like, we will violently revolt. And, I want to say, like, we would condemn Trump calling on the Proud Boys the 3%ers and the Oath Keepers. So, like, we would be hypocrites to say that she should call on gangs to do violence. However, we're at a point where the right is more than happy to call on the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, and the 3%ers, and them not face consequences after being convicted of seditious conspiracy. So I kind of feel like calling on gang members to take on federal agents is not out of bounds. And as far as I can tell, Trump promised to go after gang members. Literally the people he said to go after. So isn't that who federal agents want to do-si-do with? Yeah, what country has ever existed a century and a half without a rebellion? What country can preserve its liberties if their rulers... hold on, let me seem like you had a good... Let me finish this. And what country can preserve its liberties if their rulers are not warned from time to time that their people preserve the spirit of resistance? Let them take arms, set them right as to facts, pardon, and pacify them. What signify a few lives lost in a century or two? The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots and tyrants. Yeah, I'm a propagandist. My job is to incite people. I'm willing to go to jail and do that sort of civil disobedience and shit. If the government wants to come and get my ass for what I say behind the microphone, happy to do it. That's why I'll tattoo MS-13 on my knuckles. I admire Jeff of our founding fathers, and he's still a piece of shit for a lot of reasons. But I admire Jefferson. He was a smart man. I'm not going to be the one out on the front lines fighting, so it's not me to say that the revolution needs to be violent, but there at least needs to be a threat of violence. We learn this through the civil rights era. The reason why the government was so willing to work with Martin Luther King Jr. was because he was one of the reasonable ones instead of the Black Panthers and Malcolm X. They were a lot scarier. They were armed revolutionaries. And there were multiple other groups I'm leaving out. DJ Dub threw a clip in the Discord. I'm wondering if this is the hearing it comes from. We're going back to the Senate. This is the Senate Appropriations Committee. They had the Office of Management and Budget Director, Russell Vaught. This is the Project 2024 motherfucker.
Mr. Director, I want to apologize for the protesters. But I can assure you that under congressional rules and the laws in the District of Columbia, they will be promptly punished and put on double secret probation. You'll probably see them back again today. I think the president's demonstrated that he understands that what you allow is what will continue. We seem to have a problem with that concept. I listened to some of my colleagues.
Law Dog. Yeah, this is exactly why we play him, because he's a clown.
Doing everything but abandoning your children to wolves. They accuse you of undermining the sanctity and integrity of the appropriations process. And I'm sitting here thinking, what sanctity? What integrity? What appropriations process? I'm proud to serve on this committee. I watched this committee last year. We passed 11 out of 12 minibuses. Sent them to, and we all choked down some stuff you wouldn't believe. And we sent them to Senator Schumer, my friend. He refused to bring the bills to the floor of the Senate. Now, that's when he was in the majority. You really think he's going to allow us to vote?
It's always so sexual with him.
I can't wait to have your cock in my mouth. I'm going to give you the blowjob of your life. Then I want you inside of me.
Happy Pride Month, Senator Kennedy. You can't tell me this man has sucked cock in his life.
This committee last year, we passed 11 out of 12 minibuses. Sent them to, and we all choked down some stuff you wouldn't believe. And we sent them to Senator Schumer, my friend. He refused to bring the bills to the floor of the Senate. Now, that's when he was in the majority. You really think he's going to allow us to vote on a budget when the politics have changed and his politics? If you do, you're Willie Nelson high. You're smoking some of the best dope God ever put breath in. What appropriations process? All we've got.
Yes! Willie Nelson high. I love it. I appreciate you putting it in the Discord so I don't miss it. But I really wish I had just like stumbled across. I would have played this clip and I would have heard it and I would have fucking loved it. Because I kind of don't like spoilers. But also I appreciate you making sure I didn't miss it. This is amazing.
Concept. I listened to some of my colleagues accuse you of doing everything but abandoning your children to wolves. They accuse you of undermining the sanctity and integrity of the appropriations process. And I'm sitting here thinking, what sanctity? What integrity? What appropriations process? I'm proud to serve on this committee. I watched this committee last year. We passed 11 out of 12 minibuses. Sent them to, and we all choked down some stuff you wouldn't believe. And we sent them to Senator Schumer, my friend. He refused to bring the bills to the floor of the Senate. Now, that's when he was in the majority. You really think he's going to allow us to vote on a budget when the politics have changed and his politics? If you do, you're Willie Nelson high. You're smoking some of the best dope God ever put breath in. What appropriations process? All we've got left are CRs and rescission packages. And President Trump's not the first president to ever send a rescission package, is he?
No, sir.
A bunch of presidents have, haven't they?
Come on,
And did civilization melt?
They did not.
No, they didn't.
Did civilization melt?
You want to know how we got $36 trillion in debt? Just listen to this. Let me tell you what it's like. A majority, and not everybody, a majority of this body, oh, they're all for cutting spending porn. They're all for going to heaven.
What?
But they're not ready to make the trip. That's how we got to $36 trillion. This stuff about PEPFAR, oh my God, you're going to destroy the world. Now, there's a part of PEPFAR that deals with money for life-saving care, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And there's a part of PEPFAR that will, you look at it and you want to say, pass me the sick bucket, isn't there?
Yes, sir.
And you're getting rid of the sick bucket stuff.
Yes, sir.
You're getting rid of $5.5 million to lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex advocacy in Uganda, aren't you?
Wow.
I can't wait to have your cock in my mouth. I'm going to give you the blowjob of your life. Then I want you inside of me.
Happy Pride Month, Senator. This man is just soundbite after soundbite after soundbite. Sign Samson up for the gay trip to Uganda. Senator Kennedy himself. You can't tell me this man wouldn't want a gay trip to Uganda.
My God, you're going to destroy the world. Now, there's a part of PEPFAR that deals with money for life-saving care, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And there's a part of PEPFAR that will, you look at.
Is he saying prep for?
Pass me the sick.
You need to get your prep.
Isn't there?
Yes.
Happy Pride Month.
You're getting rid of the sick bucket stuff.
Yes, sir.
You're getting rid of $5.5 million to lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex advocacy in Uganda, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
I can't believe we're arguing about this.
What?
I can't believe we're arguing about this. PEPFAR, we're not denying life-saving care to anybody, are we?
Well, if I had to guess, they probably have issues with AIDS.
That funding.
They probably have issues with persecution by
And a couple of my colleagues have made the point.
religious fundamentalists.
President Biden ate my homework. And these programs have already expired. Some of these are multi-year programs, aren't they?
Yes, multi-year grants.
Let's talk about public broadcasting. Now let's cut to the chase.
Public broadcasting. We're all over the place.
Broadcasting in America today is political as hell. We all know that.
Yeah, facts are political for
To see it.
Republicans.
Some folks like their politics, so they want to give them money. Some folks don't like their politics, and they don't want to take it away. But that's not the real principle, is it, Mr. Director?
No, sir.
The real principle is, why do we give money to CNN?
No.
Do we give money to Fox?
No.
Do we give money to Politico?
No.
Then why are we giving money to public broadcasting?
Senator. Because it's public broadcasting. It's in the name. It's in the name. Because it's public. Holy, are you that stupid?
Why? We're $36 trillion in the hole.
Now, people would be like, now, why does that affect me? Let me tell you, your local PBS station, your local public broadcasting station, whoever you are, you can go to your public broadcasting station. If you want to have a show of some sorts, you want to go on and play music, you want to go on and talk about an issue that you were passionate about, you can do that. That's what's cool about public broadcasting. Because, like, I've had people tell, how does public broadcasting benefit me? It helps protect one of your fundamental, essential rights, and that is the right to free speech. These giant fucking corporations have all the money in the world, but ultimately you can go to your local PBS station, whatever your local, it's an affiliate. That's who they're wanting to take money away from. Not your national PBS station. I'm sure they will be fine because they have corporate sponsors. It's your local PBS stations that this fuck right here is wanting to hurt. Because they do good work on the ground. And Republicans, they hate facts. So they want to cripple the ability for people to be able to get their message out. So libertarians, you don't care about the government protecting public broadcasting. You should, because it's one of the things that helps keep the First Amendment enshrined in our society. Thank you very much. It's about protecting liberty and freedom.
I hope you send us more rescission packages. It's the only way we're going to get anything done. I'm embarrassed to say that. But I've seen this movie before, and this appropriations process is broken. And finally, somebody is trying to give us a chance to cut the spending porn. And we're sitting here fighting about it? The American people are going, what planet did all you people just parachute in from? I'm done.
I'm all for cutting spending. I want to cut the spending from all the bombs that you used to drop on Iran over the weekend. I want to cut the bloated spending from the military, our national security apparatus, all that shit that we spend way too much on for security theater. I want to cut all the money that we give private corporations. I want to save us money by instituting Medicare for all. I want to raise taxes on rich people. I don't think there should be billionaires, and we should have a confiscatory tax rate that stops that from happening. How about that, Senator Kennedy?
Did all you people just parachute in from? I'm done, Madam Chair.
Senator Heinrich.
He's done. No, wait a minute. I'm not done. Mention the cuts by things like the Doge Committee. We're gonna have to say goodbye. I will remember you. Will you remember me? Doge staffer nicknamed Big Balls will be leaving the White House due to cost-cutting staff. Coristine, that's his name? I've just heard him referred to as Big Balls. Was one of the highest profile figures in the Doge effort to cut government spending, which fell short of projections and continues to be debated in Congress. One of the best-known members of President Donald Trump's Department of Government Efficiency has left his federal job, part of an exodus following the acrimonious departure of billionaire advisor Elon Musk. Edward Coristine's online nickname, Big Balls, drew the spotlight as part of the Doge Advisory Group, searching for government savings through dismantling agencies and laying off tens of thousands of government workers. Coristine, 19 years old, had worked at Musk's company Neuralink before joining him at Doge. He and others, including Steve Davis, a key Musk aide who ran Doge's day-to-day operations, have left the government, according to a White House official. In March, Reuters reported that Coristine had provided tech support to a cybercrime gang that had bragged about trafficking in stolen data and harassing an FBI agent. The Doge departures, that sounds about right, came after Musk split with Trump over government spending. Musk had initially aimed to cut $2 trillion in federal spending, but Doge recommendations resulted in only about $150 billion in cuts, and lawmakers are now debating those whether to make permanent. Now, I don't think it resulted in any savings. They just fired a bunch of people And a lot of those people got their jobs back, so it actually cost the government more money. I think Doge was a net drain on the government, and I think time will tell that story. Figures show that the government is definitely spending way more than they spent last year. Year-over-year spending.
Come on, man.
Good night, Lenny. Have a good one, my friend. Now, Kennedy wrapped up talking about public broadcasting. Let's talk about a publicly funded broadcasting service now headed by Kari Lake, who was on Capitol Hill to testify in front of the House Foreign Affairs Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Ms. Lake, your actions as senior advisor are eroding American soft power around the globe. We should not be dismantling the agency that combats propaganda from the Chinese Communist Party, the Kremlin, and Tehran. Especially now, we need to be able to broadcast facts that counter Iranian state-run media spin that is essential to America's long-term interests. Your job is to tell the people of the world the truth about America. And because of that, there's a more fundamental issue I want to address today, and that is character. You see, Ms. Lake, we have both been public figures in Arizona.
Oh, Kari Lake is a character.
I've seen you in action, including your behavior in the last 2 elections. And let me be clear about something. The American people cannot believe a word you say. You ran for governor in Arizona in 2022. You lost fair and square. Instead of conceding, you embarrassed yourself and our state by lying again and again for years, blaming everything under the sun for your loss except for your own toxic politics. You lie about that election to this very day. You lied about signatures on mail-in ballots not matching those on file. Proven wrong. You lied about ballots being intentionally misprinted and then rejected in Republican areas. Total BS. You lied and said hundreds of thousands of ballots were mishandled. Zero evidence. You claimed fake ballots were snuck into batches before they were counted. Come on. You repeated these lies again and again, and you've said even recently, quote, I am the duly elected governor. They just stole it, unquote. Give me a break.
Yes.
Like, your new role requires you to tell the truth. For decades, whenever authoritarians and dictators suppressed the people and claimed victory in fraudulent elections, Voice of America countered those lies. I can't imagine how people...
Are you telling me to smoke?
...today and around the world can
Did you redeem the weed and I didn't know about it?
...shamelessly lied about her own election.
Will the gentleman yield for
Miss
the question?
Lake, no, I will not.
Okay,
Miss
we'll
Lake,
just-
to regain a
VOA
I don't know
semblance...
what's going on. Should I smoke?
Terrorists. So
Miss Lake,
if we're
to
gonna
regain a
berate
semblance...
Oh, he's giving smoke. Yeah, he's bringing the smoke.
Yes.
The
I did not-
gentleman's
I did not-
time. If you did not yield, you
I
may
did not
continue.
yield, and I'd like the time back. Miss Lake...
I can't wait to hear what Kari Lake says back.
Credibility. Are you finally ready to admit you lost the 2022 Arizona election?
It saddens me that you are from Arizona and you're okay with
That's
the
a
way
yes or no question, Ms.
saddens
Lake.
me that you are from Arizona.
I guess the answer is no. Reclaiming my time.
The gentleman will suspend, will stop the clock. For all present, members are reminded to avoid engaging in personality
Fucking
toward
Daryl Issa.
President and other members. Okay, and this is a member of the administration, so I would caution all to stay on the subjects and stay off of personalities, please. Gentlemen may continue.
Yes, and in this case, these are adjudicated lies. Courts of law have determined that these are lies. These are not me saying it. You didn't
Wow,
just
and the
lie
courts-
to the
the
press.
courts are really
You
awesome
took
right
those
now.
lies to court and lost again and again. Every one of your lawsuits failed. And a federal judge said that you were furthering false narratives that blamelessly undermine public trust. And you didn't just lie. You were formally sanctioned by the court. Ms. Lake, you have been sanctioned twice for providing false information to courts. Isn't that true? Yes or no?
I was brave enough to fight our shoddy elections, and the courts have not caught up.
That was a yes or no question. I guess the answer is no.
The courts have not caught up.
Been sanctioned by both
Well,
the
I
United
can tell-
States District Court and the Arizona Supreme Court for, quote, making false factual statements to the court. And you were sued for defamation by a Republican election official, Stephen Richer. He and his family were subjected to harassment and even death threats because of those lies. You told your supporters, Richer and fellow Republican County Supervisor Bill Gates, that they, quote, sabotaged Election Day. You accused them of deliberately printing the wrong image on ballots to jam tabulators and injecting hundreds of thousands of phony ballots. What a joke. And here's the thing, Miss Lake. When it came down to it, you chickened out. You refused to defend those lies in court. You decided to take a default judgment. You are an adjudicated liar and a two-time political
Chairman, I move to
loser
take down
in
those
Arizona.
Boom.
Question.
Chairman,
Reclaiming my time.
I'd like
My
to
one
take
final
down
question.
those
Like a
words.
deal.
It's the
Don't take them down. They're factual.
One final question
Get your
for
phone
you,
call
Ms.
someone a
Lake. You have
liar.
a chance
That's
to
not
answer.
how
Let me
you
one
treat
final
other
question.
people that
The
are being
gentlelady will suspend, please.
He is an adjudicated liar.
For governor in 2022 to Katie Hobbs. You lost even worse to Ruben Gallego for Senate in 2024. Well, Arizona has another election for governor next year. Will you do us all a favor and run it back and run for governor again? I yield.
The gentlelady,
no more questions.
Can I respond
You may
to some of
respond.
that? Because that was complete insanity. I wish I could yield back the last 5 minutes of my life, actually. And I want to apologize to the people of Arizona that we have somebody who's representing the folks in one of our great parts of the valley that doesn't care about the integrity of our election. So, but you weren't here. You came in late, and we're talking about USAGM today, the Agency for Global Media, and how they can put out absolute abject lies, and we can't control any. We have no say over what the editorial content is, and I would hope that you would not be okay with that. They could literally put out a lie about anybody here. And I know you've been the victim of that.
What?
I know you've been the victim. I remember the stories about you where they said you had a gay lover, and those were going on all
Mr.
over.
Chair.
Chairman.
Can I
I
finish
hope
the
you
story?
honor what you just gave as a caution to everyone, and I moved those words be
to tell you that those kind of lies, and you said
rule
those
if
were
you want.
lies, those kind of lies could be broadcast today on VOA, and you couldn't pick up the phone, Representative Stanton, and call them and say, hey, you're putting out lies about me.
What?
You would not be able to do that because they would sue you for breaking the firewall. So lies are being told on Voice of America. It's inappropriate. You've been subjected to lies that you said were lies about you in the media before.
On Voice of America?
Lies were put on Voice of America right now. Because they could do it, and you couldn't do a thing about it. You couldn't stop it.
So right-wing media like you were in lied about him.
If they went on Voice of America today, you'd have to sit and take it.
Okay, I thank the gentlelady, and I appreciate the dialogue. Ruling on the member, she was responding, and I thought rather complimentary that, in fact, those were untrue, and she was defending that. So
That's what he says.
I'll leave it as that. I think Mr. Stanton agreed that those were untrue statements, and she said so. I will now recognize myself.
Voice of America didn't broadcast that.
I wasn't concerned at all what she was saying. My concern is that the leader of this agency, which is supposed to disseminate truth about the United States, is an adjudicated liar. That's not an exaggeration. That's not.
Okay, the gentleman made that point quite clearly.
Said that, and
Mr.
that's why I brought it up.
Recognizing myself for
Mr.
5
Chairman,
minutes. the
unanimous
gentleman-
consent. Twice so far, the chair, prior to you, had said there was no documentation for requests of
Does the
meetings. So
gentleman
I'd like
want to submit
unanimous
something?
consent that these be placed in the record. These are requests for meetings that have not been answered. Thank you, Mr.
Could I
Chairman.
see the date on those? I mean, were those...
Okay, we'll be able to make the record complete, and you'll be allowed to give the other half of these emails. For the record, we agree, for unanimous consent, that these emails be entered and considered factual with the recognition that they be verified.
I assume that Voice of America didn't broadcast that dude was gay. That seems like a very It seems like an important distinction. You can't accuse Voice of America of doing something they didn't do. Let's watch another clip of Carrie Lake because she's fucking crazy.
Ms. Jaya Paul from Washington for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Ms. Lake. The U.S. Agency for Global Media is tasked with providing unbiased news worldwide to over 427 million listeners, many of whom live in countries without freedom of press or freedom of the speech. And it is your job to promote the American
freedom of the speech,
freedom and democracy. So I wanted to start just by confirming, do you support democracy or authoritarianism?
I think that's pretty obvious. I support freedom and democracy.
Democracy. Great. Would you agree that accepting the results of a fair and free election are critical to a functioning democracy?
Would you agree that standing up and cheering for a cancer survivor would have been the nice thing to do?
Ms. Lake, this is my time.
Okay.
Would you accept that accepting the results of a free and fair election are critical to a functioning democracy? It's a yes or no question. Do you think it's essential?
So here's the thing. I really like Pramila Jayapal, so it's kind of tough to do this bit. As of right now, no. Carrie Lake could not be my GOP mommy. But let me tell you the thing that could change that. If she grew her hair out, she'd probably be a prime candidate to be my GOP mommy. I did not used to have a thing for Senator Joni Ernst. We did not used to be a fan of Joni Ernst because I would like to show you, this is what Senator Joni Ernst looked like when she first got to the Senate. Not my thing. Not my thing. Flash is convinced that she wears a wig. But like, I've watched her hair grow out, so that's why I don't think it's a wig, because I've seen it grow. But now compare that to that. Ooh, whoa. It's like night and day. She could be my GOP mommy. I am sorry. And like, I would never tell a partner not to cut their hair. Like, because, that's not a thing, but, like, I prefer long hair, especially on women, but, like, probably also on guys, too. I think guys with long hair are way hotter. I prefer myself with long hair. So, I just think, like, like, this is not attractive to me. But the other one, like, is that weird? I can't help what I like. I would do my best not to be like disappointed if my partner cut their hair. So that is the reason why I don't find myself attracted to Carrie Lake. But hold on, has she Has she had long hair? Can we find out what she looked like before she had the short haircut? Did she have longer hair at some point in time? I am only seeing. This looks to me like a very 1994 hairdo. So I mean, I'm one to talk. I found the Fu Manchu when I was 19 and I've held on to it. I am not seeing a single picture of her with long hair. Carrie Lake long hair is definitely a search. Uh-oh. Oh, no, that's Face App. That's bullshit. Nope. I don't think we have Carrie Lake with long hair at all. So there you go. I can't make a judgment. It's possible she might grow her hair out, and I do a complete 180, and I'm like, ooh, Carrie Lake.
The Hungarian culture. And
so,
I think
Ms.
if you,
Lake-
The Hungarian what? The Hungarian culture?
Is very-
What in the fuck is she talking about Hungarian culture? We gotta go back. Oh, we missed a lot of this. I'm sorry. I went ahead and tried to get a picture, steal a Carrie Lake. Hungarian culture.
Of press or freedom of the speech, and it is your job to promote the American ideals of freedom and democracy. So I wanted to start just by confirming, do you support democracy or authoritarianism?
I think that's pretty obvious. I support freedom and democracy.
Democracy. Great. Would you agree that accepting
Well, that makes sense.
a fair and free election are critical to a functioning democracy?
Would you agree that standing
That's
up
not
and
my
cheering
question.
For a
Would
cancer
you,
survivor would have been the nice thing to
accept-
do?
Ms. Lake, this is my time.
Okay.
That's absurd.
That accepting the results of a free and fair election are critical to a functioning democracy. It's a yes or no question. Do you think it's essential
I
for
think we need
democracy to have a free and fair election?
We need free and fair elections.
Free and fair
sadly,
elections,
we don't
great.
have
Thank
them.
you so much. And yet, you have, to this day, refused to acknowledge that President Trump lost the 2020 election, something that even members of President Trump's own Justice Department have admitted and multiple lawsuits have shown. And we heard my colleague from Arizona talk about what happened in Arizona. So it concerns me that you are now tasked with this responsibility of ensuring democracy around the world when you won't even accept a free and fair election. I'm also concerned by your ability to promote the American ideals of freedom and democracy, given your record defending and praising dictators. Let's look at Hungary. You previously stated that Hungary is, quote, doing it right, and that Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban was, quote,
They do it right in Hungary.
America, greatest in caps, and, quote, and equal to President Trump. Do you stand by those statements?
I think that Viktor Orban has done a very good job at protecting his people and protecting the Hungarian culture.
And so,
I think
Ms. Lake,
if you ask people,
Oh, that's some Nazi shit.
Here is very
they
simple.
would be wishing that their leaders stood up for their
Is Viktor
people.
Orban the greatest in Europe? Yes or no?
I think he's done the best job in Europe, yes.
Okay, and so even Secretary Rubio acknowledged in a 2019 letter that under Orban, Hungary took a downward democratic trajectory, and yet you insist that Hungary is doing it right. I want to cover some of the policies that Mr. Orban is responsible for. Would you consider banning LGBTQ pride parades like Viktor Orban has done in Hungary as doing it right, recognizing that pride parades are protected under the First Amendment?
What does this have to do with the U.S. Agency
I'm
for
asking
Global
you
Media?
whether you support the policies of dictators and authoritarians or whether you support democracy. You have said that Viktor Orban is the greatest in Europe. So do you think that Viktor Orban is doing it right when he bans pride parades?
I think Viktor Orban has put the people of his country first.
So the
and
answer
I'm
is
not
yes,
here
you
to
think it's
discuss
appropriate
Viktor
that he's
Orban.
banning pride parades and using facial recognition technology to actually profile people that go to those parades. How about the fact that Orban and his party control 80% of Hungary's media market.
Are we here
Is that
talking about
level-
Hungary?
Yes, we are, because guess what? Your agency actually is responsible for other countries
Hungary
and
is an
unbiased
ally. Can I
news.
remind you
Let-
that Hungary is an ally of America?
Oh, and so you think that it's okay that Viktor
It's so Saudi Arabia.
in Europe, according to you, controls 80% of Hungary's media market? Is that level free and fair reporting?
I don't. You obviously don't like our ally Hungary. I think that
I'm
the
asking
people have
you
voted
if
for
you
him, and the
think
people of
that
Hungary
it's
will decide.
appropriate. Ms. Lake, it is my time. I'm asking you if it is appropriate that a country, Viktor Orban's government, controls 80% of Hungary's media market. It's just a yes or a no. Do you think that's okay? Think he's the greatest of all
I don't
time?
have an opinion on what Viktor Orban is doing in Hungary.
It's not up for
Other
debate.
than I
It's
know
a
he puts his
fact
people
that has been
first.
documented by numerous organizations.
who?
Now,
Can
not
you tell me
only
where that
have you
fact come from?
supported, not only
Where
have
did
you
that
supported.
fact come
Excuse
from,
me, Ms. Lake.
Representative?
I'm sorry to remind you, you are not a governor. You're not even a candidate for governor. You're here, and this is my time. Not only have you supported dictators that have supported policies that erode democracy, you also spread claims promoted by Russian state media that the Pentagon was funding bioweapon labs in Ukraine. These claims have been proven resoundingly false, even by Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Do you still stand by that prior
Look,
statement, Ms. Lake?
I know that many members of Congress care more about
Do
funding
you
Ukraine
stand
than
by that
What?
statement, which is clearly a lie?
I know that you
are
voted.
responsible for an agency that is supposed to promote truth, and yet, over and over again, you are promoting dictators and authoritarians and lies. So I am asking you if you stand by the statement that you made that was promoted by Russian state media that the Pentagon was funding bioweapon labs in Ukraine. Proven false by Marco Rubio. Do you stand by that statement?
I understand you're trying to get a fundraising video here.
Okay,
So
well,
let me
you
help
clearly
make-
don't
let me-
understand. Actually, here before Congress, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say
you had
that
more than enough time. I gave you a few extra
I
seconds,
understand,
and your time
and
has expired.
unfortunately,
and I now recognize Representative
Ms. Lake
Davidson.
is not responding
Can
to
I
the
have
questions.
just 1 second to respond? Because
Letter.
Who is going to be speaking
Representative
next?
Davidson is next.
Oh, may I have just 1 second to respond to that? Obviously, from some of the questions we're hearing from the Democrats, they care more about a lot of other countries than America. And we've seen.
Wow. I mean, asking you if you support the policies of a dictator is probably in the best interest of America. This one is going to shock you, as long as we're talking about right-wing nut jobs testifying. You're not expecting who I'm getting ready to say. This was the Michigan Joint House Committee talking about do not resuscitate abuses. Ted Nugent testifies.
The DNR and the NRC have chased families out of the sport over absolute.
Oh, hold on. This is not do not resuscitate. This is Defense of Natural Resources. Different DNR. They should specify, because those mean two different things. I was wondering like what Ted Nugent would have to do with this. Okay, he doesn't want to preserve wildlife for some reason, which is odd. Or maybe he's a poacher. I was like, you'd think this would be an issue that we might be able to get some consensus with Ted Nugent on, but okay, that makes sense. Poacher.
The DNR and the NRC have chased families out of the sport over absolutely insane anti-nature, anti-science regulations. The hunters and fishermen and trappers of this great state and nation are responsible for the healthiest wildlife populations since the 1700s. I hope you're registering this information, because when I've testified before, I've testified
What a dickwad.
truth, logic, and common sense that if I move apples closer to my terminally ill young boy, because when boys and girls are about to die, for years they've asked to go hunting with Ted Nugent before they die. Is there a more powerful connection than that? There is.
Flash, can you explain that one to me? He moved apples next to his dying kid. Is that what he said? Viz, good evening. Welcome. You got here just in time. This is Ted Nugent bitching about something in front of the Michigan State House Committee. He doesn't like conservation efforts, and I have no idea. He placed apples next to his dying kid.
The DNR and the NRC have chased families out of the sport over absolutely insane anti-nature, anti-science regulations. The hunters and fishermen and trappers of this great state and nation are responsible for the healthiest wildlife populations since the 1700s. I hope you're registering this information, because when I've testified before, I've testified the irrefutable truth, logic, and common sense that if I move apples closer to my terminally ill young boy, because when boys and girls are about to die, for years they've asked to go hunting with Ted Nugent before they die. Is there a more powerful connection than that?
I understand, but are you using the kid as bait? Why do you need apples next to a kid? And why is that such a powerful example? Why are you putting a kid in danger? Oh! I thought he said terminally ill kid. I thought he's wanting a kid that's going to die anyway. He's like, let's throw a kid that's going to die anyway out here. That way it can get eaten. That's why I was wondering what the apples were about. Can you see why I was very confused? In this scenario, I thought we were using the kid as bait, but no. You're saying you got like a Make-A-Wish kid out here you want to shoot a bear. And you can't put apples out for it. What? Can we use the terminally ill kid, throw him out as bait? You understand my misunderstanding, right? You see he didn't clarify what he was talking about.
The DNR and the NRC have chased families out of the sport over absolutely insane anti-nature, anti-science regulations. The hunters.
So what you're saying is not being able to shoot a bear at close range is anti-nature. Fuck you. Fuck you, Ted Nugent. I want to be able to shoot a bear in the face at point blank range.
And fishermen and trappers of this great state and nation are responsible for the healthiest wildlife populations since the 1700s. I hope you're registering this information, because when I've testified before, I've testified the irrefutable truth, logic, and common sense that if I move apples closer to my terminally ill young boy, because when boys and girls are about to die, for years they've asked to go hunting with Ted Nugent before they die. Is there a more powerful connection than that? There isn't. And according to the DNR and the NRC, those billions of apples falling from the trees in Michigan are somehow going to cause a disease if I move them. That's insanity. And the people who enforce it and create these policies...
He's really upset.
Insane. And they've ran people out of the state. There's a law in Michigan that wildlife policy has to be based on science. What's the science of a bull case? So I got rid of that law. When I started hunting, some man thought he had control whether I hunted out of a tree or not. Is that man in attendance here that has control over my tree climbing? No man has control over my tree climbing. There were 11 counties that it was forbidden to hunt on Sunday. Who is the man that can intervene between God's nature and my recreational, sporting, spirit connection to the good earth that can tell me that somehow mysteriously the hunting season ends when the sun goes down on Saturday? That's insane. So we got rid of that law. I beg you, on behalf of the people...
Well, probably had something to do with like populations and trying to decrease the number of hunters to help protect the number of deer so that they didn't go extinct.
That says the game laws have to be based on science. And then
Whatever game it was.
and it said in the suit, this is funny. This is funny. They claim I had feral Russian boar. Well, for all of you who went to school in America, feral is an escaped domestic animal. My pigs were on the preserve. They had escaped, so I'm being sued for something that doesn't exist. And Russian boar, there's no such species as a Russian boar. A Russian boar can only be a male pig that lives in Russia. It's not a species.
What?
Would you sue me for having pterodactyls? Because I have as many pterodactyls.
I would.
Feral Russian boar. And after tens of thousands of wasted hard-earned dollars, some judge finally went, yeah, I guess they're not feral, and they're not Russian, and some of them are females. I hope this pisses you off, because everybody that comes up to me is just...
Apparently, we do have Russian boars, and they're an invasive species. These boars are known for their large size, aggressive nature, and potential to cause damage to crops and environment. Typically brownish black, with large males having prominent tusks that can weigh up to 600 pounds. They were introduced in the U.S. in the early 1900s for hunting purposes. They escaped captivity and established populations in various regions. Didn't we have wild boar running rampant? Wasn't it a huge problem just a couple of years ago?
Just living. My dad raised me in the discipline of conservation, marksmanship, safe gun handling, and the perfection.
Prometheus, Oregon gal, I'll tell you good evening. Anakin, whoever you are,
Now,
welcome.
laughing stock in the nation, as Representative Bork explained, I could cry
Representative Pork?
here. There's no place I go where families don't come up to me with horror stories of being given
With horror stories.
a salt block on his farm. And they'll do it under the lie of chronic wasting disease that has been proven scientifically. This is not a guitar player's hunch. The science is in. People can't get chronic wasting disease from a deer. Look at
it. And that's one of those things where, like, we want to stop it from mutating to where you can and kind of limit exposure to it. But what do I know? What does Ted Nugent know? God, I don't know what to start with here. Let's go with kind of fade out of the news pretty fast. You remember like a week ago, this crazy right-wing, a week and a half ago, this crazy right-wing lunatic killed some Democrats. We have new details as of this afternoon.
Unsealed search warrants are giving us a new insight into Vance Belter, the alleged shooter in the lawmaker attacks. They also reveal more about his wife. Lou Raguse has been digging into those documents and joins us with what he learned. Lou?
Julie, the hundreds of pages of new documents shed some light on Belter's movements after allegedly committing the crimes and some of the contacts he made before he was arrested. Before Vance Belter was arrested in a field near his rural Green Isle home the day after the murder of Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark, police were chasing another lead. According to a search warrant affidavit, Belter turned off his cell phone right after the murder. The next day, it turned back on. And as officers were closing in, a tip that the phone was at the Home Depot in Fridley, where workers there were trying to find its owner. Another search warrant reveals Belter's wife's reaction when first contacted by investigators. Quote, Jenny Belter initially was not forthcoming with knowledge of her husband being involved in something serious. The warrant says when told he was a person of interest in a shooting, she initially asked, "Why would you think that?" before finally admitting Belter sent her those ominous text messages about going to war and telling her to leave town. Court papers say Jenny Belter waited for police in Onamia, where they found in her car a safe, the whole family's passports, 10 grand in cash, and 2 guns, and was carrying out the family's so-called bailout plan as they were preppers who prepare for catastrophic incidents. But she has not been charged with a crime. Belter's first phone call after the shootings was to his 18-year-old son, though the search warrant doesn't reveal what he told the young man. Other nuggets of information in the new documents include that a U.S. bank employee proactively called investigators to let them know Belter was there at 9 a.m. right when they opened, withdrawing money. In another twist to Belter's convoluted work history, court papers say he was employed by the U of M, which confirms he was a technician at the iDonation Bank up until the day before the shootings.
Yeah, get this. And apparently he was on call the night before. Like, he would go and cut out eyeballs from recently deceased corpses to use for donations. So, interesting little tidbit.
Well, the next step in this case is Belter is scheduled to be in court Friday morning, but that hearing could be canceled if he is indicted by a grand jury this week. So we are watching to see if an indictment comes down. Otherwise, we'll see him in court on Friday.
I think we had the same reaction when we say he reached out to his 18-year-old son. It just makes you so sad. There are 5 children in this family, right? But I'm a little confused on that phone in Home Depot. So when they turned it on, it pinged officers and they just went to that location?
Yeah, they were tracking the phone, waiting for it to turn on. And when it did, they thought they had him because they can get the location of the phone. They're closing in on it. But what had happened was an employee had gotten the phone and had turned it on, trying to figure out whose it is, and had called somebody that was texting. Turned out to be one of his good friends, had been texting the phone, figuring out, were you involved in this, Vance, and stuff like that. And that's how they put the pieces together and went to Home Depot. And who knows how Vance Belter left it near this Home Depot, though. That's another mystery.
So it wasn't in the store, it was outside?
Wasn't necessarily. A source tells me that it was in a truck, and then it was taken from the truck into the store to give to an employee.
Huh.
Wow. So many dots still need to put together on this, Lou. Thank you. Appreciate it.
What a story. Just seemed to fade away. And people were like, why aren't they talking about it anymore? It's because it doesn't serve the right wing of the country. If it happened to Republicans, they wouldn't stop talking about it. They would milk it for all it's worth. You go out to California where a woman was out on a date. Her estranged husband showed up. Not good.
Shooting spree over the weekend in the IE. 2 people were shot and killed outside a shopping center, followed by an off-duty deputy taking out the suspected gunman.
And Eyewitness News reporter Leticia Juarez is live in Fontana with new details on this story. Leticia.
Well, I'll tell you this, David and Giovanna, we've learned from police that at the time of that shooting, there was plenty of law enforcement in the area, most of them off duty, enjoying the night with their families. But unfortunately, they were unable to do anything about the shooting that took place just outside the sushi restaurant, telling us that it was a domestic violence situation where a woman in the process of getting a divorce was tracked down by her estranged husband, who then shot her and her date here in this parking lot.
We gain all this weight during our pregnancy because we're not taught how to properly eat.
Social media influencer and fitness coach Gloria Zamora inspired busy women to get and stay fit. But behind the strength she exhibited on camera, her personal life was taking a hit. Zamora spoke out about her pending divorce to her thousands of followers just last week on the Horizon podcast.
Instead of you being supportive, you're over here trying to just bring me down.
On Saturday night, the 40-year-old alongside 43-year-old Hector Garduno was shot and killed outside a Fontana sushi restaurant.
There was a male, female that were estranged. They're going through a divorce that led to this.
Investigators say Zamora's estranged husband, Thomas Alberto Tamayo Lizarraga, gunned down the two in the parking lot.
We don't know how he knew where she was at, but apparently she had been at the restaurant for approximately an hour prior to the shooting.
The shooting caught the attention of several off-duty law enforcement officers in the area who responded to the sound of gunfire, including an off-duty San Bernardino County Sheriff's deputy.
Apparently he was driving on the street outside of the shopping center and heard the gunshots and saw what had happened, made a U-turn at the light and got out of his vehicle to confront the suspect.
Lizarraga was shot and killed during the confrontation. In a GoFundMe page set up for Zamora, her daughter stated that her mother was murdered by her stepdad. Both victims leave behind children. Zamora, a mother of 7, is described as a woman who uplifted others, while Garduno is remembered as a hardworking and devoted father of 4 girls. Now, we spoke to police about the ongoing investigation. They are gathering information. As for the off-duty deputy, they are not releasing his identity at this time. We can also tell you that according to the National Domestic Hotline, women in the process of leaving or separating from their intimate partner are most at risk for domestic violence. Reporting live here in Fontana, Leticia Juarez, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Ain't that the truth? I feel so sorry for women having to go through that. Men are way too emotional. Can't regulate their emotions properly. Remember the story? We covered it closely. Our friend Karen Reed, accused of murdering her cop boyfriend. The cops really fucked up the case. If she actually did it, the cops sure did make it look like they did it.
We told you how Karen Reed supporters were over the moon when she was acquitted of murdering her cop boyfriend. But has this supporter gone too far? The family of Reed's late boyfriend claims she did a happy dance outside their home just to taunt them.
This woman is dancing in the streets. So, what's she celebrating? Karen Reed's acquittal, according to the family of Reed's late boyfriend, John O'Keefe. The Boston police officer's family says this woman did a little jig in front of O'Keefe's parents' home, taunting them after Reed was found not guilty.
Oh my God.
Of murder. Karen Reed supporters are literally dancing on his grave, says the family friend who gave
Well, not literally dancing on his grave, dancing in front of his house, literally. Figuratively dancing on his grave, I guess. He's not actually at a graveyard.
O'Keefe. Yep, the Boston police officer's family says this woman did a little jig in front of O'Keefe's parents' home, taunting them after Reed was found not guilty of second-degree murder. Karen Reed supporters are literally dancing on his grave, says the family friend who gave Inside Edition the video. This behavior towards a murder victim's family is unconscionable. Karen Reed compounds the pain by refusing to tell her supporters to leave the victim's family alone. Several from the trial
What a dance!
Against Reed tell GMA they are being harassed by some of her supporters.
What has happened to all of us, it's just heartbreaking.
What they've done is they've dehumanized us.
Now the special prosecutor in the case is lashing out in a statement today. The harassment of these innocent victims and family members is deplorable. And for John O'Keefe's family, that includes taunts like this.
What a story. Oh. That was a story of dirty cops. We've got several stories of dirty cops and judges. It's fucking weird. Let's start with the mayor of Belmont County, Ohio. Apparently threatened to blow up a courthouse. Well, it does not want to play the video. Well. The Belmont County Mayor Joseph Schaefer was found guilty of aggravated menacing on Wednesday in a Belmont County courtroom. Schaefer, who was elected in 2023 and began his term in early 2024, was accused of threatening to blow up the Belmont County courthouse after allegedly calling the auditor's office to express his displeasure over a property tax increase. From that, he faced a pair of charges, including panic and aggravated menacing, both misdemeanors, leading to a $2,000 bond. On Wednesday, a jury found Schaefer guilty of aggravated menacing, but acquitted him on the inducing panic charge. The prosecutor says they're pleased with the result. Schaefer will be sentenced on July 15th. It was the mayor, Belmont County, Ohio. A judge in Utah is facing bipartisan calls for his resignation for being corrupt.
Well, a Utah judge is now facing bipartisan calls for his resignation. This over comments the judge made during a recent sentencing that were first brought to light by KSL. News specialist Daniel Woodger first broke this story. He joins us now with this exclusive update. Daniel, what did you find out?
Well, Debbie, in this letter here that we obtained, the top Republican and Democrat in the House of Representatives say the judge's comments in this case were unacceptable. They also criticized the Utah State Court's response to this entire controversy.
The more I talk about it, the more it upsets me.
House Speaker Mike Schultz isn't happy with Judge Don Torgerson, who last month sentenced 22-year-old Aiden Hoffman in Grand County for 2 felonies. Court documents say Hoffman possessed and distributed multiple images of children being raped and sexually abused. At the sentencing, Torgerson decided Hoffman would serve no additional time behind bars.
The fuck?
No fine, while being put on probation for 4 years. Schultz called that a slap on the wrist.
Insane!
Concerning to me was the comments that this judge made during the sentencing hearing.
He's referring to what Torgerson said to Hoffman about the nearly 4 months he had already spent in jail.
112 days is a lot of jail time. It's a lot of jail time for someone your age who comes from some level of privilege.
The judge also said this after viewing 2 videos Hoffman possessed showing children being raped and abused.
I did defense work. I've seen worse.
That's not okay.
Wow!
Even if the judge had seen worse, you don't say that in the court. You don't say that in front of the defendant.
Schultz says Torgerson should have apologized. Instead, the court put out a statement defending the judge and criticizing KSL's reporting. The court claimed the plea agreement spared Hoffman from more time behind bars. But Schultz points out that's not what it said. It gave the prosecutor the right to argue for prison, which he did.
And so, you add all those things together and we have a problem here.
Schultz is not alone in feeling this way. The top Democrat in the House, Minority Leader Angela Romero, is also calling for Torgerson to step down and for the judiciary to investigate. In a joint letter, she and Schultz call the judge's comments flat out unacceptable, showing an alarming lack of judgment.
I just felt like it was an important message for us to send to that judge, to think about the words and the power he has and the impact it has on victims of sexual assault, child sex abuse.
But Torgerson remains on the bench. The House Speaker is now putting together a group of lawmakers to consider the next steps.
And to make a recommendation to our body as to what they see fit.
If he doesn't resign.
If he doesn't resign. Certainly impeachment is always an option. I don't know that that's the right way forward, but everything's on the table.
Now, the House Speaker met with the Utah Chief Justice today to talk about this. Both sides called that a productive meeting. A court spokesperson tells me the judiciary looks forward now to further discussions with legislative leaders about this case. Judge Torgerson himself has not commented. Debbie.
Daniel Woodger, fly for us. Daniel, thanks for your investigation on this piece.
Oh, fucking wow. Probably should hit the content warning for that. In Wagner County, Oklahoma, thousands have signed a petition to investigate the Wagner County Sheriff and their district attorney. In Oklahoma.
Thousands of people signed a petition for a grand jury to investigate Wagner County Sheriff Chris Elliott and District Attorney Jack Thorpe.
Those signatures were turned into a Pittsburgh County judge today, but the case is being continued for another week because of recent changes in the law. Meanwhile, Thorpe and Elliott are trying to get the petition thrown out, saying it's all lies.
Fox 23's Devin Lyon went to that hearing today and joins us live in studio with the response from both sides.
That's right, guys, and about 4,000 people seem to disagree with the sheriff and the DA. They all signed the petition saying an investigation should happen, but whether those signatures were enough or not is still unclear. Wagner County Sheriff Chris Elliott and District Attorney Jack Thorpe appeared in a Pittsburgh County courtroom Friday morning for a pending grand jury petition. The group, Wagner County Citizens Against Corruption, wants a grand jury to investigate the sheriff and DA for the jail death of Angela Liggins, the in-custody death of Jeffrey Kruger, accusations of excessive force by deputies, possible mishandling of legal cases, and deleting of public files, something both Thorpe and Elliott denied after Friday's hearing.
I've dedicated my entire adult life to the criminal justice system, being an honorable person, being an honest person. I've never compromised my principles in a law enforcement investigation. I want to make it perfectly clear. I deny everything in that petition.
Around 4,100 people signed the petition against Thorpe and Elliott within the 42-day period. Due to issues with some of those signatures, only about 3,700 counted. Now it's unclear if that's enough or not.
I mean, we all felt very passionate, those of us that were involved, to get to the bottom of those cases. That we had wrongful deaths of Angela Liggins and Jeffrey Kruger, and there was enough evidence that we feel it definitely warrants further investigation.
There was an argument regarding a new law as to whether or not it affected that, but we anticipate on Monday that will be quickly disposed of.
Senate Bill 1027, passed this year, changed the math behind how many signatures are needed for a grand jury petition. That's what paused the case Friday morning. SB 1027 became law after the grand jury petition was filed, but before the signatures were gathered. If the new law applies, a grand jury will be impaneled. If Senate Bill 1027 does not apply to this petition, then the signatures are not enough. But that doesn't change the argument for both sides. Those behind the petition are saying this is personal, while Thorpe and Elliott are calling it political at best.
This petition has hurt Wagner County because it's full of lies, misinformation, and disinformation politics.
On behalf of Wagner County, citizens of Wagner County, we're just after the truth. You know, we want the truth to be revealed and a righteous government.
I never trust the cops.
My entire career again for criminal justice, and for individuals to put lies in a petition and attack me for what I believe to be political reasons, it's offensive, and ultimately justice will prevail in this case as well as all the other cases that I prosecute on behalf of District 27.
Now, Judge Mike Hogan is giving the attorneys on both sides till Monday to submit their arguments on if the state law applies or not. Then we will get a new hearing on a final decision for the petition. Coming up on Fox 23 News at 6, I asked Sheriff Elliott and DA Thorpe what is their message to the 4,000 people who are calling for an investigation. I'll bring you their answer and the concerns from petitioners claiming ongoing threats from the DA and Sheriff. Live in studio.
Threats from the DA and Sheriff. Yep. Sounds pretty cop-like. Go to Kentucky, where a Kentucky State Police trooper has been indicted on excessive force charges, facing a lawsuit for tasing an unarmed man multiple times.
News at 11.
The moment that he threw him down and began tasing him, it appeared to be punitive and served no legitimate purpose.
We are hearing from the man suing a KSP trooper, and he's accusing the officer of violating his rights a year ago. This news at 11. I'm Jose Sosayan. The encounter was recorded on body camera. KSP trooper James Wright Encounter was recorded on body camera. KSP trooper James Wright is accused of using excessive force in this traffic stop.
Weird that it keeps cutting out like that.
News reporter Logan Roan asked the plaintiff and his attorney about the moments before, during, after that, Logan.
Yeah, Jose, Dawson Blevins is the man seen in this body camera video. The suit says he suffered compression fractures to his spine, and Blevins himself tells me he's medicated for anxiety. Both he and his attorney tell me they want to see accountability.
All right, Mr. Blevins, stay back for me real quick. I ain't got to get out of here.
A typical traffic stop last June turned tense when a Kentucky trooper turned his taser on Dawson Blevins.
I was thinking he wasn't going to stop tasing me.
A lawsuit filed Monday claims trooper James became aggressive when Blevins didn't want to get out of the car. He eventually did, and that's when the situation escalated.
Oh, I'm videotaping.
In the video, Blevins is tackled and tased multiple times while expressing to Wright he can't comply with his orders.
Put your hands behind your back. Okay.
He was then maced.
Put your hands behind your back. Okay. To me, I wasn't even in the picture because I had my seatbelt on. I wasn't breaking no laws. His only issue should have been with the driver. I didn't even want to be involved in the situation.
Wright is not the only KSP trooper listed in the lawsuit. Blevins' attorney, Gary Adams, points to Wright's superiors as part of the problem.
Yeah, what was he charged with exactly?
We chose to bring claims against up-the-line command is to bring more attention to this, have some accountability and change within that department.
4 prior incidents where Wright is accused of using excessive force are also detailed in the lawsuit. One in March 2020, 2 in April of 2020, and another in March of 2024. Lawsuit claims the force used on Blevins in June of 2024, quote, the continuation of a disturbing pattern by defendant Wright engaging in the excessive use of force.
Their oversight and supervisory authority needs to be better to keep these instances from happening where you have one trooper that is violating the constitutional rights of citizen after citizen after citizen without the appropriate suspension, demotion, or even termination.
Trooper Wright is one of 3 KSP troopers indicted on federal charges in March of this year for use of excessive force. The 2021 KSP Trooper of the Year faced up to 25 years behind bars if convicted.
On camera.
Trooper of the Year, ladies and gentlemen.
Blevins says he's facing mental and physical challenges from that day in June last year. The lawsuit sends a message. Those who uphold the law are above it.
I would like to see some accountability held on this specific officer and something change, policies or something.
Look at that little pig smiling. You got your calipers flash.
Be officials this afternoon if they've been served that lawsuit, but have yet to hear back. Once they are served, the agency has 20 days to file an answer. In a statement provided to Wave on Tuesday, officials say KSP is committed to upholding the highest standards of professionalism, ethics, and morals in service to the citizens of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Logan Perone, Wave News.
All right, Logan, thank you.
Go to New Orleans, where a cop is facing a long list of charges. The New Orleans Police Department has fired a sergeant, has a long history of allegations.
Fire an officer who was the focus of a Fox 8 investigation.
As Chief Investigative Reporter Stephen Stock reports, an internal NOPD review found that police sergeant violated department policy and a co-worker's civil rights.
So I started looking elsewhere, thought about going back to school.
Carl Vonderhaar hoped to spend his career as a chemist working in a police.
Vonderhaar.
Instead, he now spends time making ends meet, driving for Uber.
I didn't see myself here 4.5 years later. I saw myself as a rising forensic scientist, you know, maybe a supervisory role in the future.
Almost 5 years ago, Vonderhaar lost that career after he says he spoke out about problems he witnessed within NOPD's crime lab.
I feel like I've been punished for trying to do the right thing.
Vonderhaar says his whistleblower crime lab complaints prompted this.
Oh, how you doing? Doing good. I actually don't want to talk right now, so will you need to talk to me?
You have to at this point. This police body camera footage from 2020 shows officers at Vonderhaar's home. He says the visit came after he requested a leave of absence, citing his concerns about poor working conditions, lack of standard procedures, and faulty testing at the crime lab that he says could make an innocent person look guilty.
Oh, I bet.
Vonderhaar's then supervisors at the crime lab, Sergeant Michael Stalbert, along with Lieutenant Kim Williams, showed up at his home and insisted he needed to come downtown with them.
Your shorts on? I have underwear. Okay. Myself and his officer is going to come and escort you, make sure you put some pants on. Escort me where?
As Fox 8 first reported back in 2023, Stalbert and Williams claimed they were there to conduct a wellness check.
My hands up. No. You're not under arrest. You work for the police department. You're not under arrest.
Despite Vonderhaar's insistence he was fine, body camera video shows Officer Stalbert put the scientist in the back of a police cruiser with the doors locked, repeatedly telling him he had no choice but to go with them and take a drug test.
At this point, we're just concerned about your well-being.
So I'm not under arrest for that.
You are not under arrest at all. Tree train. Call PID. I just got off the phone with him. PID said that you need to come to their office.
Okay, but I'm not under arrest, so I know that now.
You're not going to jail.
To this day, Vonderhaar believes this was an attempt to stop him from raising concerns about problems at the crime lab.
I considered it a false arrest because they weren't giving me the option to leave. They put me in the back of a police SUV where you can't escape, it's locked. Well, a wellness check is you get there, you see everybody's fine, and then you leave.
Yep. At the drug testing facility, Vonderhaar says officers Stalbert and Williams led him to believe that the only way he could go back home was to resign on the spot.
Resign?
I honestly expected them to fire me, which I think I would have been more okay. I definitely would have been more okay with.
After Vonderhaar filed a complaint, the NOPD investigated Sergeant Stalbert's and Lieutenant Williams's conduct during the incident. The PIB found the officers violated NOPD rules of professionalism and abused their positions. Williams got an 11-day suspension. Sergeant Stalbert was also found to have violated standards of moral conduct and adherence to the law. Now, nearly 5
got a suspension.
NOPD fired Stalbert on May 17th. Officials confirmed to Fox 8 that Stalbert was terminated for violations during that incident with Vonderhaar in 2020.
I think
Wow.
I mean, it's been a long time, honestly.
Too long?
It's definitely too long for some kind of punishment to be doled out. Yeah, in my eyes anyways.
This case wasn't the only one involving Officer Stalbert. Our investigation uncovered between 2007 and 2021, the Public Integrity Bureau found he violated policy 12 times, including incidents of neglect and use of force. Before he was fired, Stalbert had received a total of 14 days of suspension for all those previous violations.
And this is exactly what we don't need in the police department.
Skip Gallagher was Vonderhaar's chemistry teacher at the University of New Orleans. After Vonderhaar told him what happened in 2020, Gallagher started digging through NOPD records and now tracks misconduct within the department.
These are supposed to be people that you turn to for help. And if you instead have somebody who is aggressive and excessively uses force, the department isn't the place for you.
Gallagher says even with a years-long delay of Stalbert's firing, he's encouraged by the NOPD's recent action.
Encouraged.
Leadership now that is seriously concerned about the integrity of the department.
But for Vonderhaar, that justice came with a price. He says he hasn't found any work in forensics since and can only earn money as an Uber driver.
Poor dude.
Gave up trying to do forensics anywhere. You know, once you kind of put yourself out there and, you know, as a whistleblower, as you would, you don't really get a lot of callbacks.
That thin blue line.
Opportunities.
So far this year, the NOPD has fired 4 members of the force, including...
You can't tell me all cops aren't bastards.
The same day Stalbert was terminated.
Because they protect each other.
Also fired Officer Tyrone Parker. Records we obtained show the PIB found from 2011 to 2023 Parker violated department policy.
Is that all?
Times, including 7 different allegations of violating use of force procedures and failing to turn on his body-worn camera during arrest.
I am impressed. After seeing the recent terminations that have occurred in the last just 6 months or so, I am, and all of these are very, very justifiable.
Carl Vonderhaar still has a pending lawsuit against the NOPD claiming Stolbert and Williams violated his civil rights that day. Fox 8 reached out to the attorney representing both Stolbert and Tyrone Parker, but the attorney had no comment on their firings.
More police misconduct. Let's go to Union County, Tennessee.
County deputy remains on paid administrative leave after his wife and stepson filed orders of protection against him. Now, we have reported on Deputy Max Smith in recent weeks. His wife, Kelly, alleges he's stalked and threatened her. The two are in the midst of a divorce.
Well, they had a hearing last week, so a judge could decide.
Sounds about right.
To grant Kelly Smith a full order of protection against her husband. This case has led to the subpoenas of about 12 witnesses, including Max Smith's boss, Union County Sheriff Billy Breeding. 10 News reporter Ellis Rold has been following this story and has new
Billy Breeding
tonight. Ellis.
A Union County deputy remains on paid leave after allegations.
Billy Breeding would be a hell of a good porn star name. Billy Breeding.
Of stalking and threatening behavior. Union County hired Deputy Max Smith in January of this year. In early May, his wife Kelly and her son filed temporary orders of protection against him. The first of almost a dozen witnesses testified at a hearing for those orders last week. Court filings show Kelly accuses Max of forcing himself on her, threatening her son, and choking her. Chancellor Elizabeth Asbury, who oversees Union County Chancery Court, denied our request to have
Sounds like a cop to me.
Kelly's attorney tells 10 News Max's boss, Sheriff Billy Breeding, confirmed on the stand that Max is still on paid administrative leave. At their next hearing, Chancellor Asbury will decide whether to grant Kelly and her son full orders of protection against Max. Court documents show Kelly says Max became drunk and belligerent in May when this mugshot began circulating social media. It's a mugshot from a stalking charge involving his first wife in 2021.
Wow.
A prior 10 News investigation found Smith's first wife also filed 2 orders of protection against him.
And he was still able to be a deputy.
Tracking her car and telling her the only way she'd be leaving him was
Fucking fuck.
Max and Kelly's next hearing is in September.
10 News investigative reporter Ellis Roll joining us now. Ellis, you spoke with Sheriff Breeding today about Max Smith employment status. Bring us up to date on that.
Yeah, Robin, Brittany, so he's still on administrative.
He's still employed.
Paid with taxpayer dollars. Sheriff Breeding says he's waiting on guidance from their county attorney on how to best proceed legally in regards to paying Max Smith. Now, Smith does have another court date in September, and it's not
paying him
on paid leave until then.
And Ellis, really,
Fuck!
a note here is that state law says you can't have a firearm if there's an order.
I hate cops.
Yeah, and that's top of mind in this case for sure. Kelly Smith's attorney tells me Union County deputies seized several firearms from Max Smith after Kelly filed in May. I asked Sheriff Breeding today if there's any chance Smith will be moved within the law enforcement agency so he doesn't have to carry a firearm on the job. Breeding says there's no plan to do that and never has been. Robin, Brittany.
All right, Ellis, thank you so much for that report.
Well, that was a story about a cop and his wife. This one also a story about a cop and his wife. This time the wife has been arrested. This happened in what? We're going to Florida, I believe. Oskaloosa County.
Obviously something we'll keep following. Now to Lake County, where the wife
of suspended Osceola Sheriff Marcos Lopez could bond out at any moment.
Robin Lopez faced a judge this morning following her arrest as part of this expanded investigation into alleged illegal gambling and racketeering.
West 2 has team coverage this afternoon. West
Oh yeah, we covered this.
Information on a co-conspirator that's yet to be arrested, but
they were running a speakeasy and probably extorting people.
Jail with the evidence investigators say they have against Robin Lopez. David. $400,000. That's how much a judge assigned Robin Severance Lopez to be able to walk out of the Lake County Jail, the same jail where her husband has been staying for nearly 3 weeks since his arrest earlier this month. New details on the Lopez's roles in this alleged gambling scheme came to light during her first appearance.
They do not operate as a married couple. I would suggest to this court that the stronger relationship between them is that of co-conspirators.
And that's the story the state is sticking to. Prosecutors saying Marcos Lopez would expand the gambling operation and shield it from the law, while his wife would act as a fixer, facilitating the transfer of money from co-defendants the state says acted in, quote, ministerial roles, overseeing the alleged illegal gambling operation.
Marcos Lopez, through the assistance of Robin Severance Lopez, collectively, as co-conspirators in this particular enterprise and as partners, are believed to have profited close to $1 million in this enterprise, based on all of the evidence that we have in this particular case.
The state says it has witness testimony, bank records, text messages, and emails, which it acknowledges Lopez's defense has not yet been privy to. Prosecutors say Robin Lopez, upon her arrest Monday, was found to be in possession of 2 deposit receipts made after her husband's arrest. They say she had filed for divorce from Marcos in 2023 and, in that filing, had reported $123,000 in assets. They also say she offered a property toward collateral for his bond.
She has meaningful financial resources, which interestingly cannot be explained via legitimate employment or based on law enforcement's review of her bank records and other filings.
There is no receipt of funds from Ms. Severance Lopez or her business indicated in the affidavit.
Michelle Ward, Lopez's defense attorney, argued the state has not presented evidence other than a single email sent by her client to one of the co-defendants forwarding a W-9.
She is not charged with substantive racketeering, and we know that's because there's not a pattern of racketeering here that can be proven. There's not more than one incident that could qualify as racketeering activity.
The state says more evidence will surface as time goes on.
So when could Robin Lopez bond out of jail? For that matter, when could Marcos Lopez bond out of jail? That's the question here. The judge also agreed today that the court will be taking a closer look at any monies used by either of them, but particularly Robin Lopez, to bond out of jail to ensure that they're not illicit funds. Live in Tavares, David Jones, WESH 2 News.
Hey, maybe they'll get sent to a jail that's ran like this one. We're going to Cleveland, Ohio, where it's called Guards Gone Wild. Guards Gone Wild in Cleveland, Ohio.
News 5 investigators uncovering a string of Cuyahoga County Corrections officers accused of crossing the line, taking part in unprofessional behavior with the people they're paid to watch.
Now News 5 investigator Scott Knoll tells us even the union representing those officers says something has got to change.
The allegations,
how wild we getting,
on the job, seem unbelievable. Is this just jailers gone wild in some cases?
Sometimes it looks like that.
From a so-called fight club behind bars to accusations of drug smuggling, we're not talking about the inmates.
I hope you understand how much of a security risk you are.
It's corrections officers in the hot seat.
Some of this stuff is not just a dumb mistake that causes you to lose your job. Some of this stuff potentially puts you in prison.
News 5 investigators discovered 5 different corrections officers placed on leave or fired in the last 7.5 months for a string of incidents involving what the union calls inappropriate relationships with inmates. Have you ever seen kind of case after case after case after case like this?
No.
Take Shantia Kirkland, Investigators say she disguised her identity to send emails and do video chats with the father of her child.
I made you, because I made you.
Who was also an inmate, locked up, facing murder charges. Even, in one case, overseeing his pod while working as a jailer. Administrators say she also discussed jail business with him. She was fired in April. The same month, deputies say they watched as another corrections officer, Kiana Thompson, picked up drugs from the mother of an inmate and told investigators she planned to smuggle them into the jail. Thompson remains on paid administrative leave.
If all those facts are true, I mean, it's just disgusting.
So what's going on?
As a sociologist, I see patterns.
Daniela Yauk-Ajami is an assistant professor at the University of Akron with expertise in...
Oh shit. Flash, you got your calibers? Looks like that's what we're doing here.
They're at the University of Akron with expertise in women in the criminal justice system. Do you believe, based on what you've seen, Cuyahoga County Jail has an organizational problem here?
I would absolutely say yes.
She says research shows women working in jails may be targeted for exploitation.
Women have to rely more on compliant residents, and it goes incrementally, the grooming process, right? There is a collaboration and it builds from there.
Particularly at risk, she says, newer corrections officers. Toyana Lard was on the job less than a year when a supervisor caught Lard engaged in what investigators called horseplay with an inmate. During an interview with investigators, Lard admitted to talking to and flirting with inmates on the phone, depositing money into their jail accounts, even bringing tequila into the jail and giving it to an inmate.
I gave him 2 spray bottles, and I gave him one of the spray bottles. He sprayed the pile.
You know you don't have to talk.
He took it and poured it into a cup.
The county fired her in March. Yauk-Ajami says administrators need to go a step further, creating what she calls a culture of integrity.
That might involve mental health support, that might involve wellness programs, that might involve outlets for correctional officers to get the support they need so they do not have to fraternize with residents.
While the union representing corrections officers says things have hit a breaking point.
We don't want these salacious cases where somebody brings in drugs to the jail allegedly, or somebody is having an inappropriate relationship with inmates giving them tequila from a spray bottle. Like, that makes everyone look bad, and it makes it so much harder for those officers to do their job.
Yeah, but it makes jail way more fun.
They've been fed up for a long time with the county's hiring practices.
The union calling for stricter screening of jailers, things like polygraph tests and deep dives into applicants' backgrounds, hoping to weed out potential problems before they get into the jail.
When you put officers that have actually done things that are truly in violation...
Yeah, they're just horsing around. They're both laughing.
...officers and inmates in harm's way, you degrade life safety in that jail.
We asked the county for an interview to discuss concerns about the hiring process. Instead, we got a statement from a spokesperson about holding corrections officers to the highest standards. We asked again about the union's concerns about screening applicants. The spokesperson emailed us back saying no further comment. Reporting live, I'm News 5 investigator Scott Knoll.
The Fight Club would probably be, fun for the inmates, help build character and shit, Because they don't have anything to do, they probably do shit like, try to escape. You go nuts inside a jail. This is a man escaping a courtroom after being sentenced to a 60-month prison sentence.
Now to the wild escape and search for a Hennepin County convict. Right now, officials are still searching for 35-year-old Jarrell Martin, who escaped over 24 hours ago when he bypassed security after fighting with deputies during his sentencing hearing. Danny Spiewak is here with more on how he got away and how police are tracking him.
Hell yeah, dude.
Well, Martin has been on the loose for more than 24 hours now, and I should say this all started yesterday during his sentencing for Martin on a felony weapons possession charge. At the Hennepin County Courthouse on Tuesday morning, Judge Michael Burns sentenced Jarrell Martin to 60 months in prison after he was found guilty in March of illegal possession of ammunition. Martin was out on bail, so he
that's a bullshit charge.
Sentencing. But according to the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, deputies intervened at the sentencing hearing after a woman tried to hand Martin a phone, leading to an altercation. The Sheriff's Office says Martin escaped those deputies, then took off down the stairs of the courthouse after losing his shirt and shoes.
This is, although rare, it does happen.
Ed Obayashi is a national police practices expert who also serves as a deputy sheriff in Modoc County, California.
I hate to say this, but it's much easier to escape from a courtroom that doesn't have bars and locks on it, especially when you're not secured.
After running down the stairs,
courtroom without locks and bars,
the rest of the building, and then disappeared.
So he could be anywhere, and they're going to be following their search investigative protocols, et cetera, to determine.
Your deputy sucks, sir, is what it is.
According to court records, Martin has been convicted previously of multiple felonies and misdemeanors dating back to 2008. Following his escape this week, law enforcement has issued an active warrant for his arrest. But the search continues. Police and law enforcement have not found Martin yet. Court documents list a public defender as his attorney, but our calls to that public defender have not been returned. Back to you.
Let me see if I can get you an update on that, because I think this story came from like yesterday. No, that was 3 hours ago. So as of 3 hours ago. Yeah, he still seems to be missing. Oh, this was in Minneapolis. Your neck of the woods. It said Hennepin County, but I didn't know where Hennepin County was. Major developments in the Diddy trial today. Let's go to TMZ. Give us the lowdown.
Diddy case. They are winding up now, closing arguments tomorrow and Friday. The jury gets the case probably Monday. So the prosecution just filed paperwork.
If the crime stories are big enough, you'll see them on the Troll Patrol.
Saying that they wanted to simplify the jury instructions per the judge's instructions. And what they're doing is they're streamlining things. That there are charges alleging kidnapping, arson, that's the Kid Cudi case. They are alleging aiding and abetting in sex trafficking. They are slimming that all down so that they're not going to kind of overburden and overwhelm the jury.
They're saying
with instructions.
Right. They're saying that to the judge that when you give the jury their instructions, just leave out the attempted kidnapping, leave out attempted arson, aiding and abetting.
They're saying there's still actual kidnapping.
Yes.
Actual arson.
And those things, the counts, the charges still remain. They're just saying there's no reason in the jury instructions to tell them about the attempted kidnapping.
And Charles, I'll tell you why. Because
actual
attempted means you failed or didn't go through with it. They're alleging it was gone through with, so why bother calling it an attempt as well?
Right. And they're just trying to, because the jury is going to have, there are so many, because there are 4 counts there, and because one of them is a RICO count that has so many underlying alleged crimes, they just want to simplify this so that the jury, when they get their instructions, know
So legal
what to
schmiegel.
do.
Legal schmiegel. Let's talk about what really matters right
Hold
now.
on. I want to say that I know what you want to get to, and we should, but this also plays into that because this is going to be a very complicated thing for the jury
Super complicated.
to look at. And they are potentially going to be under a bit of a time crunch.
So it looks like each side is going to take a day. So tomorrow, Thursday,
closing argument.
there will be a prosecution's closing argument. Friday, the defense's closing argument.
And I wish we could watch this.
Give instructions to the jury, which may take a couple hours.
Because of what we just talked about.
So realistically, the jury's going to start deliberating on Monday.
Right.
So you got
they might have an hour or so late on Friday.
Or they may do it. We don't know. They may.
Is this something the chat would like me to go live for whenever we get a verdict
on Monday?
Sometime during the day,
folks. Is that if you've talked to your friends,
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, whenever it is,
everything, he's guilty on nothing. I don't see the RICO charge, but I do see the Mann Act charge. So my God,
this is a pretty big case.
I don't try to guess juries, but they're not going to all agree right out of the gate. So there's going to be debate and going over evidence and talking. So Monday goes in.
Remember, there are 28 days of testimony, and they're going to go over a lot of.
No, remember, in O.J. Simpson there was 9 months, but they came in 2 hours.
Yeah.
So it really.
That was.
It really just depends. But I think Monday is going to bleed into Tuesday.
Yeah, it's hard to have an indication because we haven't seen
Wednesday.
The case presented.
Now things start tightening up.
Yeah.
Oh, Prometheus, are you still here? I didn't.
July 4th, Thursday is July 3rd. Do they want to come in on Thursday?
Well, Thursday the courts are closed.
You pick a bandana color.
And not only that, there's a court holiday. So court is closed on July 3rd and 4th. That is Thursday and Friday. So what's the best way to get to consensus on Wednesday? The looming idea that you will be dragged into court through a skeletal staff that Judge Subramanian can say, I'm going to open up just the jury room. I'm going to have a skeletal staff come in on a holiday, and you guys are going to continue deliberating. That's going to drive consensus in that jury room to say, hey, I got plans. I want to see some fireworks. You better all get on board.
You can listen to Derek and, based on his record, say, look, he's a doofus. But in this case,
it's true. Say it out loud like that.
Actually right. That experientially, that when you have these 4-day holidays, it's shocking how many juries suddenly reach a consensus
Suddenly
right
I have
before.
clarity. You know what? The 28 days of testimony, I've been seeing it crystal clear.
Well, not just that. But not just that. But you may have an 11-to-1 split.
It could be overwhelming
on one of the counts. And those
pressure
two,
on those
and the
holdouts.
pressure on those two, they may have family picnics, they may have family parties, whatever. At a point, I know that sounds trivial and crazy, but there is that kind of inert
in the back
pressure.
of their head.
Yes,
it's definitely going to be not even in the back of the head, maybe toward the front of their head.
They don't want to have it linger over the holiday. They feel that pressure, and it happens
now
a lot.
Can I just say, on behalf of the jurors, they also, I would hope, are taking this very seriously. And if it means that they have to come back on Monday, then so be it. If they don't get it done, they'll get it. All right, so they'll get a 3-day weekend instead of a 4-day weekend. Right? Because nobody's proposing.
They've already lost most of their summer. It's been beautiful days that they're walking out of.
Yeah.
Dude,
it's hot right now.
Since May.
Nobody wants to be outside.
28 days, 34 witnesses.
Yeah, he really is a dumb fuck, isn't he?
Memorial Day, they're getting vertigo. They seem tired.
And the judge is not going to let them on Wednesday say, we're deadlocked, so just call a mistrial. The judge.
And my wife jokes are totally passe, if you ask
3 days of
me.
deliberations. I'm going to bring you back on Monday or bring you in on Thursday.
That includes his stupid T-shirt.
Which puts all the more pressure on them to come up with a
Are
verdict.
you telling me your wife's a cartel member or something?
Pressure to come to a verdict because
or that she's spicy?
Mistrial happened after just 3 days.
Or they just come back on Monday.
Is this Joe Hendry?
Goes on.
Hi, it's Nikita from Louisiana, and what an interesting turn of events. I think the 4th of July holiday will allow the case to speed up a bit. I feel like the jurors want to get...
We're not talking about any evidence or anything. We're just talking about, like,
interesting to see how this all turns
4th of July. Bullshit. This is the story I picked up from last. Oh, no, that's too long. We ain't doing this shit. Yeah, I don't care about Diddy enough to do that. I got this pimp here was sentenced. This happened in Las Vegas. 35 years for human trafficking. Apparently got busted because he talked shit on social media.
Yeah, Molly and Preston, Bellevue police say this all started out as a routine patrol call where a couple of officers thought something didn't quite look right. That led to prosecutors saying...
I'm wrong. This isn't Vegas, is it? Is this Washington? Como News?
Yeah, Molly and Preston, Bellevue police say this all started out as a routine patrol call where a couple of officers thought something didn't quite look right. That led to prosecutors saying they were able to take down a vicious pimp who was abusing a woman and selling her for sex work while keeping
it's Seattle
for himself.
So trying to tell me leave alone?
On social media,
It's trying to tell me leave money alone.
Cedric Dorsey painted himself as a pimp.
Why I'm a pimp?
With money, swagger, and influence.
SCCC 333.
But investigators say his lifestyle was built by forced sex work, as Dorsey trafficked a woman into prostitution in Seattle, Bellevue, Kent, and Las Vegas.
Oh, that's where I got Vegas from. I knew Vegas was part of it. That's why I was kind of shocked.
And in 2024, when Bellevue police responded to a domestic violence call involving Dorsey and his victim.
They listened to what that victim was telling them and realized things weren't just adding up for her and what she was saying, and that she was in a very dangerous situation.
Bellevue Police Major Ellen Inman says patrol officers noticed signs of trafficking and called detectives.
When you ask them questions, they're answering repeatedly in these kind of scripted or answers that sound like they're rehearsed. When they served the search warrant on his premise, they recovered $12,000 in cash, along with those 3 firearms, one of which was stolen, and a banned firearm.
King County prosecutors hit Dorsey with charges of human trafficking, promoting prostitution, and unlawful possession of a firearm.
We see very significant violence, strangulation, beatings.
Goddamn!
Prosecutor Brayla McGinnis tried Dorsey's case where his own social media posts were used as evidence, including this one about the 304 oath, where prostitutes promise not to cooperate with police and say they aren't victims.
One of the biggest rules of the game is
you shouldn't narc.
It is that idea of selling the dream, right? Saying, I have these nice things. If you come with me, you can have all of this, right? And when you're talking to someone who has had a very rough upbringing or a very troubled life, that's the vulnerability that they exploit.
That's the way I look at social media and the use of different ways that people advertise their criminal activity, is that if you make it available for the Bellevue Police Department in this case to access and use as part of our lawful investigation, then that's what we will do.
After being found guilty at trial this spring, Dorsey is now starting a 35-year prison sentence.
We were able to take a very dangerous criminal off the street and hold him accountable for his actions.
Now, local and state officials have been really trying to get a handle on this issue of illegal sex work. And one of the proposals supported by the King County Prosecuting Attorney's Office was a bill earlier this year in the legislature that would have increased the penalty for those who are buying sex work, the Johns in this case. But that bill did not make it out of committee this year.
Well, that should be the people you target.
Como News.
As opposed to the sex workers. Sex workers are awesome. We should legalize sex work. We should crack down on people who exploit sex workers for certain. If you legalize sex work, then you take away avenues for people to be able to be pimps. You allow women to take their careers into their own hands and not have to rely on a pimp. Let's keep it on the whole rappers committing crimes thing. Have you heard about Fat Joe? I'm going to have to put his song on my playlist. The Last Night song. Last Night. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Yeah, I probably fucked that up really bad. Like, you wouldn't be able to recognize that unless you knew what song I was talking about from it being Fat Joe. That's the only song he had. I'm pretty sure he's a one-hit wonder. I think he might have had another one. Fat Joe arrested for allegedly mowing down... No. Lawyer suing Fat Joe. Arrested for allegedly mowing down Joe's process server. More drama in the Fat Joe civil case. His accuser's attorney, Tyrone Blackburn, just got arrested for allegedly mowing down a process server with his car in New York City. Representative for the New York Police Department tells us Blackburn was taken into custody on Wednesday morning and booked for assault. This is Tyrone Blackburn there. Cops say it all started on the night of May 12th when Blackburn got into his vehicle with a 66-year-old messenger serving him a complaint in the Fat Joe case. Blackburn allegedly slammed his car into reverse and backed up, hitting the process server in the leg and causing a minor injury. The victim reported the incident to police. Blackburn's arrest stems from a messy legal matter involving Fat Joe and the rapper's powerhouse attorney, Joe Tacopina. I fucking love Joe Tacopina. Now, you guys may not appreciate the fact that I love Joe Tacopina. He defended Donald Trump. But this is about the most competent lawyer Donald Trump ever had. And he was fucking good. And I think we got video from him. Hit us with it, Tacopina. He likes to talk.
This twist of him allegedly driving over your process server.
How'd that go down?
You could take allegedly out of that question, but it went down where a 66-year-old guy who was hired just to do a job of serving a lawsuit on this guy decided he wasn't going to accept service. He didn't want to be served, so he took his car and ran into him.
How is he?
He's okay. I mean, he's 66, not the youngest guy in the world, but he had some damage. He went to the hospital, he had some leg, damage, but he's
going to be okay.
Live. Thank God. Right. Yeah. Oh, he's going to be okay. He's going to be okay. They issued an arrest warrant, and they arrested him this morning, which comes, by the way, as no surprise to me at all, guys. No surprise. It's just the latest example of his malicious and manipulative pattern of misconduct, finally coming to light.
Media winch.
Really is an embarrassment.
By the way, he withdrew from the Trump case. Trump ended up losing. So I think Tacopina was smart enough to withdraw because Trump probably wouldn't take his advice and wouldn't shut the fuck up.
It's the legal community. This guy, it's just a disgrace watching him use the court system to shield his extortionate tactics. Two federal judges. Listen to what I'm about to say to you guys. Two federal judges in the same courthouse, Southern District of New York, have already said to him in writing, in filings on two separate cases, that he's misusing the court system to embarrass people, to garner publicity for himself, to misstate facts, misapply the law that he doesn't clearly know. If two federal judges said that about me and wrote that in an opinion, which is in our complaint, I would go serve espressos at Starbucks for the rest of my life. Don't forget how this went down, guys.
He's so funny.
Initially made a complaint, made a demand, this Dixon, to Fat Joe. He was a hype man, literally a hype man. Guy who jumps around and hypes people up. That's all he did. From 15 years ago, by the way. So he then said, "Oh, well, I wrote half your songs. Give me $3 million." And Fat Joe was like, "Huh? What are you talking about?" That was the end of that. So because they didn't reply to that, because he didn't get money from that, the next letter from Blackburn came saying, "Yeah, I wrote half your songs. Give me money for that. And also I saw you have sex with minors." Like, wait, what? Where did that come from? How did that miss the first letter, the first demand? I mean, it's so pathetic. And look, we've spoken to some of the people he claims this happened to in the lawsuit.
Little bros. No, it was the.
Unfortunately, he hasn't.
What you've discovered is he didn't. From what you've found,
I don't.
That he didn't.
Was he in the E. Jean Carroll case? I don't think he was.
Correct.
I think that was
one of the people that don't even know who Fat Joe is. So it's anyway.
Haba.
We litigate, but this today's news is just.
When you say Stormy, that was the election interference case or whatever.
It should be shocking when a lawyer
the
felony assault,
forging whatever document, what blah blah blah.
It's not shocking with this guy.
It's hard to keep them all fucking because there was the fraud case. Two different fraud cases, I think. Fucking, there's so much shit. Goddamn Trump. But I love Tacopina. I have not watched Cobra Kai. Elena Haba now district attorney for the district of New York, New Jersey and shit. I've never seen Cobra Kai, but apparently there was some drama between two of the co-stars. Cobra Kai's Alicia Hannah Kim was bitten by Martin Cove. They apparently got together and talked it out here.
Bite people. That is not okay.
That is assault.
And it's 100% up to her if she wants to.
Oh, this is the cops.
I'd like to understand why you did that.
I apologize. I was just playing because we're very playful together, and I bit down too hard, and I meant to
She's got a mouth mark on her.
I know.
No, we do not play like that. I
apologize.
No.
So,
No.
I don't know what world do we, like, where to bite and leave a mark on her, which is visible.
Unless you're like sexual and into that shit.
Felony assault.
That's super cool.
I want to be very clear with witnesses. No, we're going to hear me because I want to be very clear in front of everyone here. Martin, you think it's funny to play with people. We are colleagues. I have played with you on set. We've danced, we've worked together, we've shaken hands, and I came to you as a colleague and I said to your son, hey, can you tell your dad not to bite me? I'm not going to the cops. I'm not going to anyone. He says, I'm sorry. I said, it's not his fault. Just tell your dad he can't bite me. Now, in the realm of what is normal and reasonable, and I don't know if you understand that, that's called civility and camaraderie, and it's called colleagues, friendship. That's what that is. I came to you with that benefit of the doubt. Then I came to your face and I said, Marty, I said it very gently to you, Marty, you may not bite me. It hurt. You try to justify it because I don't think you understand that you cannot bite other humans. So
Indeed.
But for you to get outraged at me is completely and utterly inappropriate. And honestly, I'm ashamed of your dignity as an 80-year-old man to scream at a lady that you just bit. You say that we're friends and that we play. Sir, we work together. We shake
good for 80.
photo ops. We get along. When have I ever bit you? Biting is an offense. That's why I've brought this gentleman here to speak to you, because you think you have done nothing wrong. You have committed assault on my body. So I don't know what realm of justice you live in that you think that that's in the realm of play. I'll tell you that the 1, 2, 4 men that are standing here will dispute your idea of play. My husband doesn't bite me. Nobody bites me. It is offensive. It is undignified, and it is assault. So I don't really care what your justification is, but right now you're going to listen to this officer because I'm on the precipice of fury and seeking my own justice because what you've done is committed assault, and that's on camera. Everything that I've just said. So please, by all means, defend yourself.
That's a serious boundary to cross. Especially in today's day and age, like, I don't know, maybe if you were drinking or something, I don't know. Like, I have never once bit a person.
I mean, 50 years ago, I don't think biting a person was okay.
It ain't fun, and I didn't work with them. I mean, now you've created this weirdness and potentially facing some legal ramifications, and it's completely up to her because she is the victim of this.
So to come at me and tell me that you're outraged by me approaching you and saying to you, do not bite me, Marty, that's not cool. For you to turn around in your ridiculous attitude to me and tell me I'm offended that you would come to me, I'm outraged that you would come to me. Sir, you should be ashamed of yourself. I'm ashamed of you. Your behavior is childish.
Good for her.
Because now I'm on this side. Now you've pissed me off so much. I'm standing with
Put this motherfucker in his place.
What do I want to do about this? What do I want to do about this? He doesn't know. He knows that when I get pissed, I get really pissed. And right now, Martin, I am really pissed. You have left a mark on my body, which in your 80-year-old brain, you think is play. Sir, were you raised in a ditch? Is that how people treated you when you were a child? I think it's complete and utter bullshit and a massive shirking of responsibility.
Okay.
By God. Don't even try.
No. How do we resolve the
Back to the officer.
100% up to you. You are the victim.
Thank you.
Well, honestly, if it was another venue and another person, you'd probably have a really irate husband to deal with too.
That is my husband.
I know that. I know.
Yeah.
I know. That's what I'm saying. We're keeping it calm, cool, professional, away from people.
I'm not calm and cool.
No, well,
yeah, the cop's letting her get it out, but he's like, can we move it along?
Calmly. Did
So-
I not approach you calmly?
Yes, and I received
Thank
what
you.
you said.
What would-
I was
what
on
would you
your
like to-
side,
I would like to have a private conversation.
understanding of what happened. I'm not here to try and say what he did was right. Yeah. If anything,
But I approached you calmly, and I told you
yes, you
privately.
did.
I kept it
Of
private.
course, and I
Thank
wanted to
you.
hear you. And
Yeah.
I brought you ice because I felt
Yes,
bad, and I
you were
told you
super
that
right.
I would talk
And I
to
said,
him.
we're just going to have a quiet conversation with Marty. It wasn't even going to involve Rick because Rick's busy. So we all went about this in an adult way until a child came into the conversation and chose to throw a tantrum that he was being disciplined for an illegal action. Is that not right, Martin?
Yeah. 80-year-old man.
Leg to stand on to be furious at me. I have every leg to stand on.
I
to be furious at you.
I have no
Do
leg.
not fuck with me.
I have
Do
no.
not.
My justification is wrong.
Yes.
Totally incorrect.
Here we are.
I was coming in.
Look
to the
how
green
far we
room
have to go to get this therapy out of you.
Just to see and to apologize. I was coming into the green room to seek you out.
Jesus.
I was, darling. And he grabbed me first, and I wanted to know.
I went to.
And I was thinking about that the whole time because you
Look
said
at the
it
group
hurt.
therapy we must indulge in because, I'm having to do your emotional work because you weren't smart enough to say to me, babe, so sorry, I won't bite you again.
God damn.
It would have been the end of the story.
She's 100% right.
But because of your inability to process your negative emotions, I have to stand here with the policeman. I am so
processed
tired.
it, darling. I really want you to know that I'm ashamed
that
I did something like
Yeah.
that, okay? And when you were
Sit
both telling me this, I got it. I really got it.
You got mad.
You got
I
mad.
only-
You yelled
I
at
didn't
me.
really
Motherfucker, you yelled at me. You yelled at me. The audacity. How dare you, sir? How dare
You
you?
definitely should not have done that when
Yeah.
you are in the wrong.
Yes, you are in the wrong.
I understand.
That's why I'm yelling now, and I'm stirring the pot, and it sucks. It sucks.
She's cool.
Bypass this, Marty. Don't ever piss me off like this.
I'm very sorry that I got angry because I was indulging in something improper by doing that, and I'm very sincerely sorry that not only did I get angry, but that I
You have
somewhat
left a
did
mark
something.
on my arm. Do you want me to hit you too? The only reason I
Probably like, yeah, come bite me.
citizen and I respect the elderly. I will not cross that line. Trust me. If you were 50, I would have decked you.
Ooh.
And you'd earned it.
Yes.
And
From the officer.
And then you probably would have had an angry husband decking you too.
Yeah.
Because that's.
You should be thankful that I didn't lose my shit and that I brought a cop into the situation. Don't even. Some lessons.
I truly am sorry that I had that attitude, and I'm also very sorry.
She makes me want to watch the show.
You gotta agree.
I didn't. I'm sorry.
But you gotta understand.
I have never disrespected your boundaries at work.
Kind of destroying
And who is this guy? Is he discount Bruce Campbell?
the consequences of your actions. It's really, really important.
When have I
And I'm not saying
ever,
that to
ever,
lecture you,
ever
it's really
crossed you at work?
important. It's
Ever.
something that you really have to be
Everyone's
very
having a
careful
nice
with.
day. And you bit me. It's insane, man. It's insane. When have we ever done this on set? Never. Never. And now we're standing here like this because you decided to defend your actions as like play.
Yeah. There are rules and boundaries that you do not cross, and we also call them as laws. And I'm saying it right now. You are not free to go. I have to speak.
Yeah. These are actors from Cobra Kai.
Right now. You committed a crime.
Yes.
And we're going to figure out how to proceed with this. Okay.
I am really
So do not.
sorry
Do
that
not.
we interpreted it as a crime. I'm sorry that
It's
I.
not. It's not interpreting
I'm
it as
sorry
a
that I
crime.
indulged.
So, sir,
in being
I'm
angry.
telling you, in today's day and age, you cannot
Allie,
bite someone.
You cannot bite someone.
You have to learn English. It's not a crime. We're standing here with an officer because I'm so mad. I'm going to press charges.
I think she's wanting like a honest, sincere acknowledgement. And like he's not like really giving it to her. People says he apologized, but like was that considering what we watched? I guess they didn't press charges. I deeply regret and apologize for my actions regarding the incident with Alicia. He apologized for allegedly biting co-star Alicia Hannah Kim at a fan convention on June the 22nd. In a statement to TMZ, Cove 78 said, "I deeply regret and apologize for my actions regarding the incident with Alicia." That's what she was wanting him to say then. A genuinely kind and wonderful person who didn't deserve to be put in this position. I've always respected her and considered her a highly professional and talented co-worker on Cobra Kai. And I was being playful in the moment, but went too far, and there is absolutely no excuse for my behavior. He still tried to make an excuse. I regret my actions, for which I take full responsibility for what I did. And again, I apologize to her and her husband. I'm committed to learning from this, and it will never happen again, according to an informational police report previously obtained by people. The stars were at SummerCon in Washington on June 22nd when the incident occurred. She decided not to press charges, but privately requested an official report. In case this continues, she and her husband signed affidavits and were given a case number. So yeah, he was in Karate Kid and then Cobra Kai. What else has he done? Let me see his IMDb. Do I know him from anything? He looks like Timu, goddamn Bruce Campbell. He's known for Karate Kid Part 2, Karate Kid Part 3. He's in Rambo First Blood. He's in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Everything else looking kind of B-movie here. That's the only one I've really... Alien Lockdown. I've never even heard of that one. Wanted to talk to his lawyer first. Yeah, you may be right. A plane can be seen with flames shooting out of it. As if I haven't done enough news stories to make you not want to fly right now. A plane had flames shooting out of it as it landed for an emergency landing in Las Vegas.
Well, a scary sight in the skies above Las Vegas. Smoke and flames shooting out of the engine of an airplane. This American Airlines flight headed to Charlotte, North Carolina, turned back about 10 minutes after taking off from Harry Reid Airport this morning. Let's bring in CBS News reporter Andres Gutierrez live for us from Las Vegas. Andres, walk us through what happened there.
Well, Elizabeth, some frightening moments for folks out here in the Las Vegas Valley. Shortly after 8 o'clock this morning, American Airlines Flight 1665 with 159 people on board took off for Charlotte. About a minute or two into that flight, folks on the ground and in the control tower ended up seeing the flashes of smoke as well as fire coming from one of the engines. The pilot ended up declaring an emergency and eventually leveled the plane at about 4,000 feet before turning it around here and saying that telling everyone on board that they were coming back home. When they landed,
well, that's not scary at all.
Crews from the Clark County Fire Department, which has a station out here on airport property, that were standing by. They were not needed. The plane ended up making it back to the taxi taxiway on its own power to the gate, and everyone ended up getting off safely. Elizabeth.
Yeah, the video is so alarming to watch, Andres. I mean, it looked like a fireball was attached to that airplane. But American says the engine actually never caught fire. So it certainly looked like it could have. How do they make sense of that?
Well, essentially what people recorded, the videos that are going viral, it's essentially the jet's version of a car backfiring. Aviation experts call it a compressor stall. So what you see are essentially the flames burning out for a split second and then it goes out. Nothing inside the motor actually burned, what we're being told. Mechanics found no damage of a fire inside that engine. The Airbus A321 is currently here on airport property. It's out of service. It's currently parked. They're going to be looking further into the engines, making sure essentially mapping out what happened. And the FAA is also investigating because whenever a pilot does declare an emergency like they did this morning, they have to go ahead and investigate it. So we'll see if this is just a isolated incident or perhaps if this is a larger incident with other planes involving this particular model.
Andres Gutierrez live for us in Vegas. Thanks so much, Andres.
I ain't going on the plane. Apparently we're having a hard time with lightning right now. Several people, one dead, several injured. Lightning strikes across the country.
Well, this week we've had a number of lightning-related incidents across the southeast.
Oh, your
In
pantsuit.
South Carolina, 20 people were injured at a lake when lightning struck. And a Colorado man on his honeymoon died after being struck by lightning on the beach in Florida. Let's bring in
On his honeymoon.
correspondent Dave Malkoff, who joins us now from Florida. Dave, what led to this deadly strike?
Man, can you imagine being the wife of that dude?
Hi, Elizabeth. Yeah, it was this kind of severe weather we get in Florida, which is the #1 state for all lightning strikes. This is really tragic. It was a 29-year-old man here from Colorado on his honeymoon, as you mentioned. He was struck by lightning. The authorities told our Orlando affiliate that they did CPR on the beach. They brought him to the hospital, but then, Elizabeth, tragically, he did die the next day.
You know, we talk about how rare it is to be struck by lightning, but you're actually following another story where 20 people were injured from one strike at a lake. How does something like that even happen?
Yeah. Because of the power of lightning, there were 20 people who were just west of
The power of lightning. Ride the lightning.
on the lake. A lot of those people went to the hospital. Many of them were minors. But let me just show you something right here. How big do you think a lightning strike is?
Digging for coal?
Huge in the sky. This is how
Little
big
kids.
a lightning strike is, just about the size of a broom handle or so. But it only lasts for a fraction of a second. It glows white hot in the sky, hotter than the surface of the sun, and then it's gone. It's an incredible force on this planet. Elizabeth, we spent some time just minutes ago in a lightning lab here in Palm Beach County, where we went in there. We saw a giant 1.2 megavolt generator that the Florida Power and Light Company actually uses to generate a lightning strike or a simulated lightning strike to see how their equipment would hold up. Tomorrow morning on CBS Mornings, when you join us at 7:30 a.m., we are going to bring you into that lab. We're going to fire up that generator and press the button, and we can see the power of lightning.
I know, that sounds kind of fun. We might have to watch that tomorrow night.
Building here in West Palm Beach, but it is, again, the lightning capital of the United States, and it's very, very dangerous. We'll show you the power of lightning tomorrow morning.
Yeah, when you talk about a lightning strike being hotter than the surface of the sun,
Hotter than balls.
That's amazing, the power.
It will. And lightning and thunder are the same thing. So lightning is the burst of electricity that you see, but thunder is the air exploding around that column of lightning.
All right, Dave Malkoff, thanks so much for that demonstration. Look forward to your report tomorrow.
Dave Jagoff going to give us the report tomorrow. He seemed like a perfectly nice guy. He did a good job. Why did I do that to him? Cancel Justin. World champions wardrobe malfunction fails to stop them from winning 400-meter race. So we got a content warning coming here for a wardrobe malfunction. There we go. The video's finally playing for me. I thought I might have to go to another different browser. This is 400-meter hurdles.
As the other athletes move down the back straight.
Oh, what?
First there for Chris Robinson of the United States. He's up on Seamus Derbyshire already. Chris Robinson absolutely flying down the back straight, just stopping to adjust his shorts halfway through the race.
His dick came out.
Chris Robinson strides into that hurdle. What concentration to keep himself going here. Chris Robinson with just a few flights left to go. He does have a lead by quite some margin over the other athletes. Chris Robinson stumbles there on the penultimate hurdle. He's got one more to go. Matthias Lima is coming as well. Lima hits the hurdle on the final barrier as well, but it's going to be a win.
He won the race with his dick out. He won the race with his dick out.
Could be a rise first there for Chris Robinson of the United States. He's up on Seamus Derbyshire already. Chris Robinson absolutely flying down the back straight, just stopping to adjust his shorts halfway through the race. And Chris Robinson strides into that hurdle. What concentration to keep himself going here.
How big is it?
With just a few flights left to go, he does have a lead by quite some margin over the other athletes. Chris Robinson stumbles there on the penultimate hurdle. He's got one more to go. Matthias Lima is coming as well. Lima hits the hurdle on the final barrier as well, but it's going to be a win.
And then he tumbled. He tumbled at the end. Objectively, welcome in. My... You know, it's been a while since we've checked in with him, so he tripped on his dick. Leslie, did I tell you good evening earlier? I think we might have been in the middle of something. I meant to. It was good to see you, darling.
Hello.
Let's check in with the puppy boss.
Hi, Murray.
Murray.
Good morning, Murray. Hi, Dasher.
Dasher.
Good girl. Hi, Nina.
This is Mo Mountain Mutts. And I can't even remember the town in Alaska. It's kind of a very small town. May not even really be a town.
Hi, Denali. Come here, Denali.
Holly.
Good girl.
I try to check in with him every few months. We always close out with animal videos.
Hi, good boy.
Is that a Mario? I've kind of gotten to know a lot of their names. It was a Maru. She's got like a little kid, the woman that runs the puppy bus.
Up in your seat.
You heard the kid be like, "Hi, Amaru."
Hi, Bama.
Bama. And it's like a doggy daycare / like behavior kind of training school deal.
Whiskey wants to lay down.
And they're all so well behaved.
Hi, Max.
War Machine, welcome in.
Hop in the seat, bud.
I can't believe how big their kid's gotten. Talking up a storm over there.
You are done? You are done. Yeah, we got everybody.
They grow up so fast.
Make room for your friend? Can you scooch over? Do you want to hop up?
Oh.
Hey, Flibber, with your bus ride? Echo?
She says she keeps the sloppiest ones in the back. Like the ones that are going to drool all over the place. But the buddy was drooling just then.
Amaru. Whiskey.
But she was giving him liver, right? Skagway, Alaska. Thank you, Michael. Did I tell you good evening, my friend?
Turbulence and Dasher. Turbulence. Just stay in your seats, ma'am.
That's what. Is it even a town?
Seated until your bus has come to a complete stop. Fiona, sit.
This fucking Anchorage isn't even that big.
No, we're picking up everybody.
Juneau's not that big. Those are like the towns people know of. But it's beautiful. Look at this.
Yep, morning crew's going potty.
And this is about 2 months ago, so we're talking like the end of April.
While I'm walking these guys, Lee's gonna pick up the next group.
I love the babies. Gotta sniff for a little bit.
Was here. Whose butt was on that seat?
Hey, good boy. You ready?
Oh, the little wagging tails.
Hop up.
Oh man, that white puppy.
Alrighty, Lee is out there picking up.
Gorgeous.
Poop. Second crew's out there. Morning crew loaded up. Echo is supposed to be outside, but she knows what's about to happen.
Echo.
So Max, you brought these to school.
Uh-oh.
Everybody ready for a post-walkie snack?
Yeah, you can send them snacks, or you can buy like purchase off of their lists or whatever. Or send them snacks to try out, and they'll make a video giving them the snacks. We ought to do that sometime, like as a chat. Send them a bag of snacks in honor of the Troll Patrol.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fucking do that.
Bama. Bentley.
Tell me what kind of snacks we should send them. Like,
Whiskey.
they do crunchy ones sometimes. It's kind of like ASMR.
Lady. Please stay in your seats. Keep your paws to yourself. Tails out of the aisles. Murray, you are sitting in the emergency exit. Are you willing and capable of offloading the pups in a remote chance of an emergency? Thank you for your service. Slade, you got one. Monty. Jake, Mina, Amaru.
Amaru.
Amaru. Jake. Gandalf. Mina. Atlas escorting.
If you're watching on Twitch, you're heading over to Producer Dave at Echoplex Media. I'm going to be on with Producer Dave. Globus, the Elder, Redolent Thought. We're having an AI panel Friday at 5:30 p.m. I think we're doing a thing where, like, with all our channels are going to be live. It's going to be combined chat kind of deal. It's going to be a lot of fun. That's Friday at 5:30 p.m. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's all right to have a little fun before we hit the sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN. See you tomorrow night on the Troll Patrol live.
There's no more snacks. Go on.